this weekend. Ice and snow showers in places and a pretty hard frost. Low pressure kind of drifting away from the UK, so the cold air that's in place isn't going anywhere. Some fog thickening up tonight as well. And we have Met Office yellow warnings in place. Wherever we've got showers, there's the potential for ice. Now, these showers will have some sleet and snow mixed in over eastern England, southwest Scotland, northwest England and northern Scotland. And as I say, we've got some mist and fog thickening up too, particularly dense over parts of the Midlands as temperatures drop to -3, -4. That's in towns and cities. So a hard frost for Saturday. For many, it'll be a fine, bright, sunny day, but it'll take a while for the fog to clear. The showers should clear away from eastern England. We'll keep a few going in southwest Scotland, northwest England, with some snow over the hills. The odd rain shower for Wales and southwest England. But as I say, for most, dry and sunny but cold. Temperatures 1 or 2 degrees, particularly if that fog lingers, maybe a little higher in the southwest. Slightly milder air comes in across the south during Sunday. There could well be some sleet and snow for a time on Sunday morning over the Midlands and eastern England, and then the potential for more wet weather to come in later in the southwest. That could also have some snow mixed in, chiefly over hills. It is slowly trying to turn milder across the south, but for many, Sunday's another cold one. Goodbye.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Who is it?
We're here for the show.
Welcome to the Dinosaur Hour with me, John Cleese. I was married to a therapist.
And you survived?
I thought we were getting Hugh Laurie. Second best. You interviewed Saddam Hussein. What's that like?
I was terrified. I'm playing strip poker with these three.
Oh! No, thank you.
My CDs need to be put in alphabetical order.
Are you going to be problematic again?
The Dinosaur Hour. Sundays on GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox,
That's right, we want to hear from you,
GB News.
Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
There's only 3 people you can trust in life. Your doctor, your lawyer, and your nana.
I'm not sure.
So join me, Nana Akua, at 3 p.m. every Saturday and Sunday, where we discuss the biggest topics of the weekend. Be ready for battle. Could you be quiet? What is this?
It's my new teeth.
It's your new teeth. I don't bite. Well, not without a good reason. Always honest, always fun. Every weekend at 3 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. It's 6 o'clock on Saturday, the 2nd of December. Today, bad weather, rail strikes, the rising cost of living. Well, today should be the start of a Christmas shopping boost for retailers. But will our high streets survive this festive season?
And are desperate families turning to shoplifting this winter? Theft is apparently at an all-time high. We have a special report.
And small businesses especially get targeted, and obviously coming up to Christmas there's a cost of living crisis. You know, we are seeing an increase in shoplifting.
And in Britain's biggest stories, we'll be taking a look back at some of the most dramatic moments from the COVID inquiry.
There is a significant body of judgment that believes that the virus itself was man-made, and that presents a set of challenges as well.
Forms no part of the terms of reference of this inquiry, Mr. Gove, to address that somewhat divisive issue. So we're not going to go there.
Just how bad will the big freeze be this weekend? Alex Deakin has your all-important weather forecast.
Ice, fog and a little bit of snow. The wintry weather continues, but so will the sunny skies for most today. Join me later for a full weekend forecast.
And of course, Aidan's got your sport.
Yes, good morning. Rugby Union is rocked to the core this morning as 300 former players accuse the sport of causing their brain injuries. Among them is a 2003 England World Cup winner. We'll have more throughout the morning.
Aidan, thank you. Good morning. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
And officially welcome to the festive season. Let's give you a little show of the studio, should we? We did tell you yesterday we were going to have a revamp overnight.
I'm annoyed because Aidan had a Christmas tree behind him. And look, you wouldn't know it's Christmas looking at us.
I think that's because in case we have to do any really serious stuff.
We still need a Christmas tree.
So we've got one over here, and we've got one over there. So it's all there. You go. You see. So we've got Christmas everywhere, and our little bookcase at the end. I don't know if we haven't got a shot of that, but that's all covered in lovely things as well.
So I think yesterday was the day for putting up your trees, wasn't it?
Apparently so.
And I was going to, but mine wasn't delivered yesterday, like what they promised they would.
Ah, you see.
And now I've got a delivery note saying Monday.
Yeah.
So it's not the same.
It's not the same, but you have to get it up in a rush on Monday.
Yeah.
So what actually we want to do is we want to see your Christmas trees, please. If you email them through gbviews@gbnews.com. And I was trying to find one of mine, and I can't find one.
Oh, you've got some videos, though.
I've got... Yes.
Because your other half is making some very professional-looking videos of Christmas scenes.
Yes, Christmas scenes, yeah. Yes, I know. I have got one of them.
Can we see one of those later?
Maybe.
Set to music and everything.
I'll probably have to get permission.
Oh, I see. All right, well, you can do that.
So we'll see.
Yeah, but it's...
But anyway, more importantly, you don't care about my
we want to
Christmas
see
tree.
yours.
We want to see yours.
Yeah.
So do send them through gbviews@gbnews.com. Because we need to get into the Christmas spirit.
Absolutely. And today is one of the busiest days in the British shopping calendar. And while people will be looking out for the best bargains online, shopkeepers will be analysing their Black Friday profits and looking for a boost in trade in the run-up to Christmas.
Well, it comes, actually, as shoplifting has more than doubled in the last 3 years. It costs retailers very nearly £1 billion a year. That's according to the British Retail Consortium.
Well, in a bid to catch shoplifters during the countdown to Christmas, West Yorkshire Police are going undercover in Huddersfield town centre.
Yeah, Yorkshire and Humber reporter Anna Riley has the story.
To crack down on shoplifting in the run-up to Christmas, plainclothed police officers are covertly patrolling shops in Huddersfield to catch thieves in the act. It comes as shoplifting in England and Wales has risen by £25 in the past 12 months, costing retailers £953 million a year, and West Yorkshire is the second worst affected region.
It is a problem, and small businesses especially get targeted, and obviously coming up to Christmas there's a cost of living crisis. You know, we are seeing an increase in shoplifting, so this hopefully prevention piece that we're doing around, you know, making it so that so that it's harder for criminals to come to Huddersfield and to target the small businesses who are trying to make a living. That plain-clothes team can actually add a different variance, really, so they can go in and watch and obviously not be seen and then can apprehend offenders.
The undercover action here also supports the rollout of smart water forensic spray.
It involves marking high-value products with specific DNA that's linked to specific shops. It assists us when we arrest shoplifters with products on them, and they can be linked to individual stores, and it helps at convictions in court.
The scheme's funded by Huddersfield Business Improvement District to protect retailers' income and safety.
This scheme is to send a clear message: we are watching you, so don't come into the town centre unless you're going to behave nicely and actually pay for your goods. 63% of retail crime is committed by repeat offenders. So the Huddersfield Bid Rangers know who they are, the police know who they are, hence the undercover working. So we can be proactive in our responses now, and we can make a difference this Christmas.
Shopkeepers in the town like David Whittle feel reassured by the campaign. He owns a family-run ladies' fashion boutique and is always vigilant in protecting their stock.
Everything in the shop, everything is tagged. Yes, I'm not naive, we lose one or two things. Recently we've had a lady who has brought her own handbag in and left her handbag and taken a new handbag. You can't be complacent, but it is fighting crime. Obviously when people are hard up or they're struggling for money, then crime sometimes increases. So anything that BID and the police can do, any authority can do to help is very, very helpful.
The message here is shoplifters beware, as you just don't know who might be watching you. Anna Riley, GB News, Huddersfield.
Do you know what I saw this week? I was in B&Q, as you do.
Handyman.
And and as I was walking in the entrance, a man was walking back out the entrance. So it's a separate exit. But he was walking back out through the entrance, carrying a great big box. It might have been a Christmas tree or that sort of thing. It was like a great big box thing. And as he walked past me, he just went, "It's just too easy."
What?
And walked out. Now, was he nicking it? I mean, I can't say for sure. But he just, I mean, what would... It's just too easy.
Wow.
You just think, what is going on? What is going on?
Is it just too easy?
And he wasn't desperate for money. Well, I don't know how much money he's got, but he wasn't doing it because he was desperate.
He didn't put it in the back of his Range Rover and then sort of whiz off or something.
He was enjoying himself too much doing it.
Well, yeah. I mean, is it too easy? And is it an excuse that you haven't got any money? I don't know. Should we talk to former Scotland Yard detective, Peter Blexley, who joins us now? A very good morning, Peter. Lovely to see you, as ever. I mean, we all know now that shoplifting is becoming rife. Maybe it is too easy. Or, can I ask you that question, is it an excuse that you haven't got enough money?
Hardship is not an excuse for criminality. Many people suffer hardship, have to count every penny, and they do not resort to going out and breaking the law. There is an epidemic of shoplifting throughout the nation. It is absolutely off the Richter scale. And one of the major troubles with this epidemic is that there are a huge number of assaults on retail and security staff every day. Every day of the week, over 800 retail staff get assaulted. Let's just think about that for a moment. It's not only the thieving, it's the violence, and it's just off the Richter scale.
What's changed, Peter? Because it wasn't that many years ago that if you were caught shoplifting, you were collared by someone who worked in the store, a store detective or a member of staff or whatever it might be, shoved in a back office till the police arrived. All that just seems to have gone out the window.
Absolutely, and that was how rookie police officers learned to deal with people that had been arrested, learned how to take statements, learned how to deal with exhibits, learned how to engage with retail staff. It was really where you learnt your trade in terms of arresting people. But the police will tell you now they don't have the resources, or in recent years, they've not had the resources to deal with it. But the problem really dates back a few years to when an Act of Parliament was passed the Courts, Crime and Sentencing Bill, and basically it decriminalised shoplifting under the value of £200 because it couldn't be dealt with at a higher court, at a Crown Court. And I and many other people said then, this is going to create a shoplifters charter. And unfortunately, that is exactly what has happened.
Is it also a fact that I suppose the people in the store, the staff in the store, are now scared of actually confronting a shoplifter because there have been so many instances of really quite bad violence?
Yes, many of them are. And in fact, another major problem is that some of the big stores have what they call a non-intervention policy. So their retail staff and their security staff are told not to intervene. And of course, just like the man that Stephen encountered in B&Q, it makes it too easy for people because they just walk in, pick up the goods and walk out without even being challenged. So if retail wants to tackle this problem, it has to play its part. Its security staff need to be robust, they need to challenge, they need to detain, and the police, apart from just saying a good game, that we will help, have actually got to find the time to help retailers, help security, because this problem is costing billions, a massive amount of violence attached to it, and it's destroying our high streets.
Peter, as always, it's really good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed.
Yes, thank you.
Well, shoplifting actually isn't the only issue facing the high street this weekend. Rail strikes kick in today for many parts of the country. That's in an ongoing row over pay with the train drivers, ASLEF. And a big freeze is bound to put some people off from leaving their homes.
Yeah, there's a risk, of course, of snow and ice across Scotland, down the eastern coast of England, from Newcastle upon Tyne to below London. Schools and businesses are being forced to close in the coming days.
So how bad is it going to get? Let's talk to senior meteorologist for the British Weather Services, Jim Dale. Jim, good to see you, as always. What do we make of this, and what are we looking at?
I'll tell you what I'm looking at the moment. I'm looking at a lot of snow in the Forth Clyde Valley of Scotland. Some also over the southern uplands and Cumbria, a little bit into Dumfries and Galloway. Not much else elsewhere, to be honest with you, but a hell of a lot of ice, that's for sure. And I'm going to say the double-barrelled digits, -10 in parts of Scotland. It's the Highlands and the Grampians that have got that, but that's what we're looking at this moment in time. And it's a widespread hard frost this morning.
Is that unusual for this time of year?
Yes, it is, and it's about a decade since we sort of saw these sort of temperatures, and it came 2009, 2010. It came with blizzard conditions, in actual fact, that lasted 3 or 4 weeks through Christmas and just beyond. I'm not looking at that this time around, but it's quite interesting actually, because I know the warnings have not gone out for tonight, tomorrow, and there is a plug of I say milder air, less cold air, but wetter air coming in from the Atlantic, and that actually, as it hits, as I'm going to say, central UK area, so Midlands, particularly northwest England, northeast. Could well be some snow tonight into tomorrow morning and through tomorrow. So that's definitely one to watch. But yeah, we're in the grips of Christmas. It's nice to see a bit of snow, even if it's come early. And by the way, you probably don't know this, but on the day itself, Christmas Day, it's my job, one of my jobs, to count the snowflakes for the bookies. In other words, I officiate whether or not we have a white Christmas. So that's my job on Christmas Day.
I'll slip you a tenner, Jim.
Yeah, you can. Stephen. Naughty.
It's worth a try.
I mean, yeah, it's still quite a few weeks, isn't it? Yeah, so it's silly to ask you, is it, what it's going to look like on Christmas Day?
And it's silly to ask me at this moment in time. I do put forecasts out to the bookies, to be honest, and this morning simply said no change, because at this stage, meteorologists can't say whether or not we're going to see this or that. What I can say to you is that the cold weather, the ice, the snow will be all gone by Wednesday, Thursday this week. The milder air does get in. I say milder, I'm going to say less cold. That's the best way of saying it to you. So a little bit of a sea change. It will stay with that probably for a week or two. And then we fall into the unknown category of, as we run into Christmas and what that's going to be like. So I'm sure he'll have me back, and I'll be talking all about it, what the odds and who's getting where and when, and whether we got a good chance or not a good chance. But at the moment, let's stick with what we've got and be careful out there, as I say, with the ice and some parts the snow. It is a little bit dangerous. You talk about supermarkets, by the way. I'll just finish on this one, if I may. One of the other jobs I do is a report to solicitors, police, and other people in terms of what goes on outside supermarkets when people slip on ice, the claims that are made. So if you're a supermarket manager, make sure you've done your de-icing this morning, your grits down. You know how this goes.
Yeah. We might have you back, Jim. Just depends. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. So we shall see. We shall see. Thanks very much indeed.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I want to obviously get a hot tip on where to. Should I put a bet on for not a white Christmas? Jim
we all
can
want
tell
a white
me.
Christmas, but
we
we
do.
hardly
It'd be
ever
nice.
get one down south anyway. But it was very, very foggy when I set off today. I mean, thick, thick fog. You could barely see a thing. And that's the moist air that Jim was talking about there. So maybe that will turn into snow over the weekend.
Maybe. Meanwhile, of course, as we were saying, amidst all of this, you've got the rail strikes today. We want to know, should rail strikes be banned at certain times, like the festive season? Let us know what you think. gbviews@gbnews.com.
Right now, it's 6:16. And if you've just joined us, a reminder of our top stories this morning.
Well, bad weather, rail strikes and the rising cost of living all affecting things, as today should be the start of the big Christmas shopping boost. But will our high street be able to survive this festive season?
Right, so here's some more stories that are coming into the newsroom for you.
And a Tory donor has said Labour's Sir Keir Starmer is more receptive to his proposals than the Conservative Party. Billionaire John Caldwell has hit out at Rishi Sunak's move to slow down the outlawing of petrol cars. The businessman is now refusing to rule out providing the Labour Party with money ahead of the general election.
And Boris Johnson is reportedly set to tell the UK COVID-19 inquiry that he unquestionably made mistakes in his handling of the pandemic. The former Prime Minister is due to appear next week before the panel, where he's going to be asked about lockdown breaching parties that were held at Number 10.
And hundreds of mourners descended on the London Irish Centre to celebrate the life of Pogues frontman Shane MacGowan, who's said to have given the London Irish an identity. Guests paid tribute to the singer who died on Thursday, and a band played the Pogues hits at the centre. It was lit up in green.
And of course, that's something you could put bets on, is that the Pogues' Christmas song will be number one, which it never has been, even though it's...
Was it never?
No, apparently. It comes around every year. You hear it everywhere you go, and everybody loves them for it. But apparently it never got to number one, but it is very likely that it will this year.
There's a story on another network they've interviewed Shane MacGowan's wife, and the big story is, that she would really like it to be number one at Christmas, which I just think is, well, of course she would.
Yes, of course.
Of course she would.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's a story. Of course she would. And it probably will be.
Yeah, well, that's what they're...
I mean, it's one of those great... It's not... I don't find it remotely Christmassy.
Except it is jingly belly.
A bit jingly belly. Yeah. But
it's
it is just... But
it's an odd one, then, but it was always going to be because it was written by Shane, wasn't it?
And Kirsty MacColl.
Yeah.
God love her. I interviewed her mother after she died, and it was just awful. The poor woman was actually in bits.
It seems a shame, isn't it? It's like going into another era where both of them, sadly, are lost to us. But their music lives on. It's rather lovely, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Right, should we see what the weather's going to do for you? We were chatting about it with Jim, but let's get a full forecast now with Alex.
Morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. The cold weather persists. A hard frost out there for most of us this morning. Generally a fine and sunny day, but there are a few showers around, and that could make things pretty icy. Particularly we've got these showers across eastern England, southwest Scotland, northwest Scotland and northern Scotland. Those showers mostly of rain or sleet, but some snow is mixed in. We've also got some dense fog patches. They'll take a time to clear, particularly from the Midlands, but they should clear away, and then most of us dry and bright with some sunshine, but don't expect it to be too warm. It's a cold first Saturday of December, 1 or 2 degrees in many places, particularly if that fog sticks. A little milder in the southwest, where there will be 1 or 2 showers drifting in through the evening and overnight. They'll have some snow mixed in, mostly over hills, but as we go through the night, we could see a little bit coming down to lower levels, perhaps into parts of the Midlands and southern and eastern England. So perhaps waking up to a dusting in the morning, and again, potentially quite icy overnight as temperatures fall widely below freezing, -3, -4. Quite a bit lower than that through some sheltered Scottish glens. A bit of mist and fog around in the morning. Again, the potential for quite icy conditions. Some wet weather clearing away. But then again, we look down to the southwest as more rain with some hill snow moves in later on across South Wales and southwest England. Some snow mixed in with that, but also it is starting to turn milder here. For most of us, though, it'll be another cold one tomorrow.
He's smiling again. Stop smiling.
No.
It's horrible.
It's not his fault.
No, it's not his fault, I know. He's got to do what he's got to do. I'm fed up of it being cold.
I know, I am.
I'm fed up of it. And it's walking the dog, which I love walking the dog, but it's like last night we really had to get properly wrapped up.
Yeah, and my little dog, because she's white, she comes back so filthy she almost needs a bath after every walk.
Oh, no.
It's ridiculous. I'm actually going to have to build a doggy bath, I think. That's easy, easy to just shove her in and
Or be one of
shower
those
her down.
people. Be one of those people with a pram that you push your dog in the.
Oh,
pram.
I don't think I want to turn into that old lady yet. Thank you very much.
Very good. Anyway, coming up, we've got Aidan here for a look ahead to the Premier League clashes over the weekend.
Who is it? We're here for the show. Welcome to the Dinosaur Hour with me, John Cleese. I was married to a therapist.
And you survived?
I thought we were getting Hugh Laurie.
Second best.
You interviewed Saddam Hussein. What's that like?
I was terrified. I'm playing strip poker with these three.
No, thank you.
My CDs need to be put in alphabetical order.
Are you going to be problematic again?
The Dinosaur Hour. Sundays on GB News.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Good morning. It is 6:23.
And don't forget, please, we'd love to see your Christmas tree photographs. If you've got your tree up, as you have, haven't you?
Yes. It's been up a
and
week.
we have in the studio at the moment, even though you can't see it, we're looking at us. She said moaning, because I want a Christmas tree behind us.
Never happy.
I just think we ought to have a Christmas tree behind us as well. Aidan's got one behind him, haven't you? Lovely one.
Yeah, but you're more of a sparkly personality.
Well, I don't know, glitter, isn't it? Yeah. But I'm putting mine up tomorrow night, actually.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm inviting my niece round because I find it a bit complicated.
Oh, no, it's
Oh, no,
nice for
it's
the
nice
kids.
to do with somebody else.
I've promised a dinner, so I'm not sure I'm going
Excellent. Look, what's going on in the world of sport, Aidan?
Well, quite a distressing story, this one, actually, Stephen. In the world of rugby, we learned yesterday that 295 former players within rugby union have filed a lawsuit against the sport because they've accused the sport of rugby for failing to offer due care and attention and provide safety mechanisms to prevent brain injuries. Now, we have to assume that all these 295 players have some kind of neurological difficulty. Among them, former World Cup winner with England 2003, Phil Vickery, a big name obviously. Steve Thompson, who won, was in the same team. He can't even remember playing in the 2003 final. Now, he's been particularly badly affected. Yeah, he has. And Gavin Henson, who won the Grand Slam with Wales in 2005 and later went on to fame or notoriety with as the boyfriend of Charlotte Church, and he was also appeared in Strictly, didn't he, a few years ago. So he's among, they're the sort of three or four big names, but I mean, there's 12 or 13 England internationals there.
Can you explain it, for those of us who don't quite grab it, why is it that rugby has been so linked to brain injury?
It's because of the rules of the sport. Actually, you know what? Everyone thinks this is a rules. These are rules from yesteryear, and that the game's been cleaned up since. It's actually got worse. And I'll tell you why. Because the rules have been changed about tackling. You can't just go and knock a player off his feet anymore, so you have to go in with your head. So inevitably it causes some kind of trauma to the brain. Now, don't get me wrong, there are going to be a massive range of injuries here. We don't know what the scale of injuries that have been attributed to Gavin Henson, for example, but it's a serious case for the sport itself.
Is scrums an issue?
A scrums are an issue, yeah, without doubt.
Because it's a lot of pressure on the neck.
Pressure on the neck, exactly, and that causes neurological stress on the brain, obviously. But
and you only have to watch rugby to see how, if somebody's tackling somebody else, they just sort of go for them like a bulldozer, don't they?
They do, exactly. And so, as I say, these are current rules that are under scrutiny now. But I mean, it's interesting. The prosecuting lawyer Richard Boardman went, not even the gladiators of ancient Rome would have signed up for this. The sport is dangerous. That's what they're saying. That's what they're trying to prove in court. The action was actually brought 5 years ago. The names were released yesterday because
There's an argument, though, isn't there, with all the... I know, again, the legal side of it particularly, but don't people know what they're going in for? I mean, heck, even, when I was playing rugby at school, you sort of knew it was a bit...
yes.
Something. It's like with boxing.
Yeah, exactly. You're absolutely right. But then...
No, you don't know completely. I mean, as a mother of boys, all my boys played rugby at school.
Yes.
And I sort of stood on the sidelines yelling them on. I didn't think for a minute, no.
Well, look, they could have introduced... One of the criticisms is perhaps that they could have introduced head guards, and that may be what they have to do going forward. They have to probably adapt the rules, and maybe there's not enough medical provision around the side of the pitch to contain any kind of injuries that fall out. Don't forget, you're talking about a lot of people on the pitch as well, in the field of play.
I mean, other sports have had this problem, haven't they? And they've had to face it.
I think boxing...
in America...
Yeah, NFL was a test case back about 30 years ago, and I think Richard Boardman's hoping to get a similar result on behalf of his clients. But as I say, that was a long time ago. I don't know if the rules that applied then will necessarily apply today.
OK, what's going on at Aston Villa?
Aston Villa, well, it was interesting this week. They played a Europa Conference League tie against the Polish side, Legia Warsaw. What they weren't expecting was they kind of were expecting. They trouble broke loose. I mean, it centred around the allocation of the visiting team being reduced from 1,700 to 890. It caused a huge problem. The Polish fans started singing all in or none in whatsoever. They had to be contained away from the stadium. There were flares, there were pellets thrown, there were all kinds of missiles. Now, the head of football policing, Mark Roberts, has said that he would like to see Legia Warsaw banned now from European competition. That's easier said than done, and because it's very difficult to be banned from European competition. The other problem is that UEFA historically just don't take these offences very seriously. If anything does happen to Legia Warsaw, I don't see them being kicked out of the competition, but if anything happens, it's more likely to be like a 20 grand fine or a 20,000 euro fine. But Aston Villa said that it's the worst aggro they've seen at their ground in 20 years. Looking at the pictures, I can't recall seeing anything as bad on these shores in about 20 years. So something needs to be done. But we saw flares, bricks, metal poles as well being thrown.
Police officers were hurt, and horses and dogs.
One police officer had to be taken to hospital suffering from burns, yeah. I'm sorry the sports news is not very cheery this morning.
No, it's not. Cheer us up with a bit of Jim Ratcliffe, if that's...
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, it will cheer up some United fans because it means that the Glazers will be away from football decisions, but... He takes, Jim Ratcliffe rather, he takes control of the club before Christmas, we believe. So he's going to bring in Sir Dave Brailsford, who Stephen will be familiar with from Sky Days when he ran the Team Sky operation.
Oh, yeah, he did, didn't he?
He did, but they haven't had the success under Ineos since they've been working with Sir Jim Ratcliffe. They haven't had success in France with football with Nice either. So I can understand why some Man United fans might be a bit nervous about them going in there, but it suits the Glazers. Stephen was right all along. He said, I don't think the Glazers want to sell this club, and I disagreed with him a year ago.
Was I?
You did.
Can't get over the shock.
No, you made the point.
I'm a sporting expert.
You made the point a year ago, because this club's been up for sale for 12 months.
Yeah.
Right? You made the point, I don't think they want to sell it, and I was like, no, I think it's time to get rid of it. But they clearly don't. I mean, they're getting rid of 25%, or offloading 25% of shares. And what's interesting is that all the sporting decisions are being transferred to Ratcliffe. So if anything goes wrong, and fans only complain with what's going on the pitch. Yeah, I know there's a hole in the roof at the moment at the stadium which needs to be fixed, but generally speaking, their complaints centre around what happens on the pitch. If the Glazers can say, while they're making loads of money, because Man United always makes money, win, lose or draw, if they can then say, well, actually, it wasn't us making the sporting decisions, we didn't sign all these players, this is Ratcliffe's mob we need to have a go at, then they're quite expedient, and they carry on making money. I was never convinced. I agree with Stephen now. I don't believe the Glazers ever really wanted to sell.
Good man.
Ever really wanted to sell the club, and it's been bought out.
Set you up for the day, hasn't it?
I'm chuffed to bits.
And they travel to Newcastle today at 4:30.
Righty-ho.
I've never been writing a sports story ever before. Oh, Aidan.
You feel good, don't you?
You've made my day.
That's what I'm here for, make you feel good.
Oh, there you go. Lovely. We'll catch up with you a little
Absolutely.
bit later on. Thank you very much.
I tell you what, whenever we ask for GB views on pictures and things like that, you come up trumps. And thank you so much, because this will cheer us all up. Beverly sent this lovely picture in of her tree. Very tall tree, that one.
It is very, very tall.
Very nice. Thank you very much.
Suzanne and Gary are in pool. Look at this setup there.
Oh, I say.
I like that.
That looks like a sort of breakfast bar that's all done up there, doesn't it?
It's a fireplace.
Is it a fireplace? Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, it's a fireplace.
So we should put our monitors are quite a long way away from us. So we do have to squint a little bit to see all this. But yeah, that's a fire with lots of Father Christmases on the front, and I like that.
The green neon tree.
I like the tree. I do like the tree.
OK, Robert has shared this tree. We don't know where you are, Robert, but lovely. That's very nice. You've got a lovely window.
Yeah, and I like the colours.
Yes.
I like the colours. And just to give you a heads up, Luke Nash has sent us his tree, and I'm just getting that loaded into the system for you, so we'll show you that.
So please, any more lovely Christmas trees, show off, send them in to us.
Yeah.
gbviews@gbnews.com, and tell us where you're from as well, because we don't just want your name. It's nice to know where-ish you're from.
Can I just ask, is it artificial or real?
No, both can be. I've got a real one in the garden, and an artificial one was meant to be arriving yesterday, but apparently not till Monday.
Mine's real.
Is it? Mine's going to be real as well.
Yeah.
Authentic.
You just got to keep watering it, that's the trouble.
Do you?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Okay,
Yes,
I'll get my head around
that's quite a basic.
Get one of those sets, so you've got like a bucket underneath. You have to water it every day.
OK.
Yeah,
I'll bear it in mind.
Shall I tell you why I've gone off real ones?
Why?
Because they've got bugs in them.
Oh, well.
Well.
Not bothered about that.
Oh, well, you've got to catch the bugs.
Northerner, don't care about bugs.
Bugs in the house.
Anyway, it's 6:32. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne. Let's just remind you of the top stories.
Bad weather, rail strikes and the rising costs of living, as today should be the start of a Christmas shopping boost for retailers. But will our high streets survive this festive season?
A desperate family's turning to shoplifting this winter. Well, it's one theory. Theft is at an all-time high. We'll bring you a special report.
And small businesses especially get targeted, and obviously coming up to Christmas there's a cost of living crisis. You know, we are seeing an increase in shoplifting.
And in Britain's biggest stories, we'll be taking a look back at some of the most dramatic moments from the COVID inquiry.
There is a significant body of judgment that believes that the virus itself was man-made, and that presents a set of challenges as well.
Forms no part of the terms of reference of this inquiry, Mr. Gove, to address that somewhat divisive issue. So we're not going to go there.
And still to come for you, the White House has unveiled its Christmas decorations, and you won't believe what they look like. We'll show you in a couple of minutes.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
There's only 3 people you can trust in life. Your doctor, your lawyer, and your nana.
I'm not sure.
So join me, Nana Akua, at 3 p.m. every Saturday and Sunday, where we discuss the biggest topics of the weekend. Be ready for battle.
Could you be quiet? What is this?
It's my new teeth. It's your new teeth. I don't bite. Well, not without a good reason. Always honest, always fun. Every weekend at 3 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
.36. Thanks for joining us on the TV, on the radio, or even online. We're going through the headlines now with writer and commentator Candice Holdsworth and showbiz reporter extraordinaire Stephanie Tetchy. Morning, ladies. Good to see you both.
Morning, morning.
Before we have a chat, let's bring you up to date with the front pages.
Well, The Times leads with Boris Johnson being set to give evidence to the COVID inquiry next week.
The Mail has children as young as 7 skipping school, allegedly, to go on pro-Palestinian marches.
The Eye leads with tobacco giants plotting to block government plans to ban future generations from smoking in the UK.
The Guardian has Israel's plans to launch a ground attack on southern Gaza.
And the Daily Express leads with UK's deal with Rwanda still being on. They trumpet.
Let's see what Candice and Stephanie make of those stories and many others. Let's we'll carry on with that Express Rwanda story, Candice, should we?
Sure.
Don't believe the doubters, it says.
Oh, yeah. So this is a story on the front page of the Daily Express. It's addressing the story that Rwanda is cooling on this deal, basically, to send migrants over there. I mean, it's been a lot of bad PR for the country. I mean, I know they've been paid already, but I don't think anyone's been sent over there yet. Not a single plane has taken off. But a spokesman for the regime said, no, we're still going to do it. We're going to try all these legal routes, you know, raising it to the level of a treaty so you can bypass human rights laws, and we'll still get them over there. Apparently, Paul Kagame, the Rwandan leader, and Rishi Sunak were seen very close together at COP28, so people still think they have a good rapport. But I personally just wonder if this Rwandan scheme is doomed. I mean, is it ever going to get going?
I think it is doomed, because I think how many times does the Supreme Court have to say, no, it's not going to work, and we're keeping trying to fight to overturn it, and it's not working. I think we need to be thinking about how we're going to handle the crisis in this country first. But it is refreshing to hear from Rwanda, because I think it's been a bit of a one-sided battle where we've heard constantly about the UK trying to send migrants over to Rwanda, and I always felt like, are we just imposing on their country? So it's kind of good to hear from their side that actually it's something that they actually want to be a part of as well.
Yeah. No, I think that's...
It just strikes you that no matter what we do, no matter how hard they try and put this forward, every single time there's a particular migrant, there's going to be an individual case fought by human rights lawyers. It's going to make it just so lengthy and expensive a process to even get one person on board.
But do you think this is why people are getting so frustrated. I was listening to something actually on the way in this morning about why Europe is becoming more... they were differentiating between far-right and populist right.
Yes.
But, you know, and all the difference between all that. But sort of moaning that people are electing people like Wilders in Holland and what have you.
Yes.
But no wonder if people feel that they're not being listened to...
Yes.
And if action is being blocked by something which is not democratic... then you can sort of understand why people just get so frustrated.
Yes. No, I agree with you. I think, you know, the problem is people like Geert Wilders just not a good outlet for it because, I mean, his views are really extreme, or maybe Marine Le Pen. But you're right. If the centre ground doesn't capture these issues and responsible people don't manage it, then that's what happens. People become frustrated, and that frustration gets funneled into these so-called populist movements. I mean, the big issue, though, is that the people like Wilders, they come with a lot more baggage. You know, there's a lot more. That's like sort of the thin end of the wedge, his views on immigration. But it shouldn't be a controversial issue to address these things.
No.
We should be able to address them, but we're not, like you say.
No. OK, no doubt you'll have one or two views on that, I would imagine. Should we have a look at... We've been talking about Nigel.
Good old Nigel.
Good old Nigel. But what about his girlfriend? We've got a GB News exclusive.
Yes, we do, on GB News today. She's been dubbed Nigel's secret lover, and she said, no, I haven't been a secret because I've been with him she's been with him since 2007. Her name is Laurie Ferrari. She's French, and they met in Strasbourg in 2007. Her bet is that he could potentially win the jungle. She also thinks that he could be a good Prime Minister.
Ooh.
She talks about what first attracted herself to Nigel, and she says she loves his values as a man.
OK, let's have a quick look at her then.
Nigel probably will think that he has a duty to come back to politics. It's a duty thing.
How do you feel about that? Because if he's successful, and he's as successful as you possibly could be in politics, which would make you Prime Minister, that would have a massive impact on your life, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's really not on my bucket list, I'm going to be honest with you. I just that's the last thing I want. But it's not about what you want, I think, in life sometimes. It's about what is best, you know? And yeah, I mean, life has been quite enjoyable over the last few years, you know. He's loving his job at GB News, you know. We have 2 dogs, we walk them, we come here, you know, it's great. Of course, the day you walk in number 10, it stops, right? You can forget about all the things you enjoy in life, and it's the pressure, and it's the little, you know, funny tactics of the establishment, and it's not going to be nice. You know, if you look at Trump, Trump is going through right now, just on the basis that he's going to run again, you're just thinking, oh, well, what is Nigel going to face if he's officially standing again?
That must be quite daunting, really. I mean, you've obviously thought about it.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So you've weighed that up, and you've come to your own conclusions about that. But that must be quite scary.
I think so, yeah. It is scary. It is scary. Much scarier than the jungle, I can tell you that. The jungle is just like a walk in the park, really, when you think about it, because being a Prime Minister is just such heavy responsibilities on your shoulders, but on the, you know, also keeping in mind that they've done such a bad job that you can only do a better job. So in that context, I think that it becomes a bit less scary. I think that whatever, you know, if Nigel goes back, I'm not saying he is going to do it.
Yeah.
But he would be a good Prime Minister, I would say that. And I think he would do a good job at it.
I find that extraordinary, in a sense. I mean, They must have discussed it, but there's no prospect of Nigel becoming Prime Minister.
Not yet, not yet. Maybe potentially in the future. I think that's what a lot of people have been talking about, Nigel's appearance in I'm a Celebrity. Is it kind of this off the unofficial political campaign for people to see who the real Nigel is, and potentially him wanting to get back into politics and eventually down the road to being a Prime Minister? So it is quite interesting, all this promo that's coming out.
It would be an extraordinary turn of events for him to become Prime Minister, because he'd have to be he'd have to be the leader of the major party that gets voted in.
Yeah.
Which will be the Conservatives.
Well, it would have
maybe
to be.
Would he move into the Conservatives, or are they hoping that Reform, of which he's president, would...
I mean, would the Conservatives allow that? I mean, there are a lot of Liberal Conservatives who just would not be on board with that at all, and they would really, really oppose it. I mean, at the moment, Reform, I think, is just really hampered by the system that we have. Being a third party in the first past the post,
yeah, well, they say
it's impossible.
The possibility of him being Prime Minister is probably almost impossible, but he could be kingmaker. He could be Prime Minister maker. If he was in Reform and if they had enough seats to make a difference to the incoming party, he could actually make that possible.
Yeah.
Well, UKIP, I mean, they do say, I mean, it's sort of taken as conventional wisdom that it was UKIP's insurgency that put pressure on the Conservatives to take the Brexit referendum seriously.
Oh, yeah.
It's why they did it. I mean, he's always had that influence in politics.
You have to say, as much as people may say, well, there's no chance of a third party coming up and having that much electoral success. In the European elections, I know it is slightly different, but in the European elections with a Brexit party, well, they stormed ahead.
They did. On that particular issue.
On that issue.
Yes. But I think with the European elections, I mean, the turnout was never very high. It was those people who were particularly energised by that issue. But in general elections, I think there are a lot of other things that come into play.
There's no doubt he is aiming to remain a very influential person in our politics, isn't it? You can tell from the way she speaks too, can't you? They've obviously discussed it.
It's funny because whether you agree with him or not, when you actually spend time with him, he's a really nice fella.
Oh, yes, he is.
He is. I think he's come across pretty well on I'm a Celebrity. I think, other than the bad media headlines he's had this week, I think he's been a good teammate in the jungle, and he's also been able to clarify his thoughts on stuff such as Brexit and immigration, where I think, it's easy to demonise Nigel Farage, but actually he's quite an intelligent man.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's a highly intelligent man, actually.
Yeah.
And as she said, because I think Patrick Christie has asked her, why do you love him? Why are you with him? She said, because he's a thoroughly good man. And that... You can't say better than that, can you, about anyone?
No,
it's rather nice.
You don't have to,
nice.
You don't have to agree with him.
No.
That's what I always say, because you don't have to agree with someone to think they're a nice person. Do you know what? Because what you never see is there are loads of people in the Labour Party, Labour MPs, and loads of Tory MPs at each other constantly, aren't they, in the Commons? Actually, they're really good mates.
Get on friends.
Yes.
Get on very
really
well,
good
yes,
mates.
Yeah.
But of course, you never get to see that on the news.
And when you see them interviewed on the news, they're very bolshy and very difficult sometimes. But actually, that's just what they think they have to be. But off camera, they're charming. Most of them are. Even the grotty ones.
Oh, name names. Talking of people who are controversial, Boris Johnson, Candice.
Yes.
Is giving evidence to the COVID inquiry next week, and it's been made known he's going to apologise.
Yes, yeah. So this is going to be quite a big story next week, I think, and it's covered in the Times. Boris Johnson's going to apologise for what he says was complacency at the start of the pandemic. He's going to say that he underestimated the threat of COVID because he looked at SARS and MERS, and they sort of amounted to nothing, so he thought that would be the same thing. But ultimately, defending himself against his critics, he's going to say, but we did make the right decisions. Ultimately, all the lockdowns were well-timed. The UK does not have anywhere near the highest global death rate, and we made the right decisions, even if maybe we were a bit delayed in making them. So this is sort of going against Dominic Cummings and Lee Kane and all the various civil servants who, have kind of pointed the finger at Boris Johnson and said he's to blame. He's going to say, well, yes, there were delays, but ultimately I got the big calls right.
It'll be very interesting to see him at that.
And he also broke his own lockdown rules as well. So, I don't know. I think I do cut Boris a bit of slack because I don't think any leader in the world was prepared for COVID. I don't think anyone could have really got it right. But I think he did show his incompetency as a leader.
I just think I have serious doubts about this whole inquiry, and we were talking about it yesterday, weren't we? That it's just... If it's something where you are learning lessons for how to deal with the next one, then great. But all this seems to be is a blame game.
Yes, I think
which
so.
actually doesn't actually achieve anything.
Yes, yeah, it's sort of pointing fingers, it's everyone blaming each other, it's who's guilty, who isn't. I think a lot of the bigger questions aren't being addressed. I mean, I think critics of lockdown feel like their questions aren't being addressed. And it's just kind of becoming a bit of a drama, you know, sort of like prosecutorial drama, like, you know, looking at the different figures.
It's like putting people in the stocks,
Yes.
throwing a couple of rotten tomatoes at them. That's not what we want. We want to know what we have learned so that if it happens, because all the experts say it will happen, if it happens again, then we need to make better decisions.
Yeah.
It's very annoying.
It is very annoying. To the Daily Mail, Stephanie, pro-Palestine marches, whether you think they should be happening or not, what your personal view is, apparently it's the Mail claiming children as young as 7 skipping school
to protest. I do think protests are no places for children at all. I think leave it to the adults like war, keep children out of it. But hardline groups are advising parents on how to avoid fines from schools, because parents could potentially be jailed or prosecuted up to like £2,500 for letting their kids skip school to go to these protests. Up to 400 children from the Tower Hamlets went to one protest in London, and some kids have been seen chanting from the river to the sea. And, you know, when I just think about these things, it just thinks of that quote of Nelson Mandela where he says, no one is born hating another person. I feel like when you go to these kind of marches, it does sometimes, for children, it plants this seed of hate within them, I think. And, you know, I do think children should have critical thought. They should be taught that. And as they get older, if they do want to turn into activism, fair enough. But you
get critical thought from hearing all sides of an argument.
That's it.
And that's not what you get from this. And it's not saying you shouldn't. If you want to protest, protest.
But isn't it the case that in some schools the teachers are actually advising them? You know, we won't fine you if you do take time off.
So they are trying to find loopholes. So there's like online material for parents on how they can avoid these fees. But I do think it is a shame. I just think let children be children.
I agree, absolutely. I really disagree with teachers bringing their politics into the classroom, no matter what it is, because I just think at that age, when children are so young, they're very pliable. They're not really capable of challenging their teachers, forming an independent thought. That comes later.
And anyway, they should be in school. I mean, it comes down to that, isn't it? They've missed enough school, frankly, as it is. So they should be in school. School's where they should be.
But then, playing a bit of devil's advocate here, should parents have the right then to train their children or teach their children to protest and support a cause like that? Because some parents will argue, well, that's my child. I want them to know about, you know, Palestine.
But you're telling them what to think. But no, I mean, look, I suppose we do that with a lot of other less controversial issues.
I think school can play a valuable role in that regard, especially when they're a bit older, teaching them to self-express and to
debate.
And to appreciate other points of view. And sometimes from what I hear with older children, because my kids are still a bit too young to experience that, is they don't get that in the classroom right now. It's sort of kids are afraid to express what they think unless they know it's a teacher who will be friendly to their views. And I think that's a disaster.
Yeah, that's not right.
And children are on social media from a very young age now.
That's another problem.
So it's easy for them to go on TikTok and see all these protests and they'll be like, Mum, Dad, I want to get involved. I think children aren't really as innocent as they once were because they're so exposed to what's going on into the world. It's hard to shelter them away from it.
It's so hard.
I tell you what, should we cheer ourselves up? Should we, before it all gets too grim? Have a look at this, especially if you're still to do your Christmas decks. This is what they've done in the White House.
It's beautiful.
I
mean, they've got the money to splash at it, but they always do a big, wonderful White House Christmas.
I wonder how long it takes them to get it all ready.
Some of it's a bit chintzy.
Some of it is, but they said they want visiting children to experience just the fun.
Yeah.
But some of the rooms are done out rather more subtly. That one's obviously totally white lights and gold. And look at that.
Candy cane heaven.
Candy wonderland.
Very American.
Yes.
But very beautiful.
Yeah.
The White House is perfect for that kind of thing. You know,
yes, but there's acres and acres of it. So you can go from different rooms and everything's themed.
Yeah. We don't have our version of that, do we?
No, we have outside number 10, don't we?
Which which is nice, but not spectacular.
Not opulent.
Have you seen the Christmas tree at St Pancras, where it's the library? It's a library that spirals into the sky. It's like sort of meant to be a different sort of Christmas tree.
What, a books? Is it books?
It was so funny because I showed my 4-year-old and he went, I don't like it. He just wasn't impressed by it. He was like, he wants like a proper Christmas tree with lights and baubles.
I don't know why people seem obsessed with doing something different. What department store was it where they've made the Christmas tree out of suitcases?
Oh,
I think that's
Fortnum and Mason. Nice.
No, it's not. It just looks like a load of suitcases.
It doesn't look like a Christmas, and it doesn't look very Christmassy. But I think Christmas trees are your chance to express your character. That's true. So I like pink Christmas trees, white Christmas trees. I love opulent stuff on Christmas trees.
All right, here's the one. Coloured bulbs or not?
Oh, I always go for like a sort of monocolour theme. So it's like, it'll often be like copper, like various shades of copper.
I go for full-on colour.
Yeah,
I go for like, I'm a bit retro, like my tree always looks a bit 80s with a bit of tinsel and baubles. I love
that's what I do. It's all colour. It's like it was back in the 70s.
I'm always warm white, except for this year, the tree that hasn't yet been delivered. Get a move on, please. That's got multicoloured lights. So it's my first year being multicoloured.
Nice. I was considering doing multicoloured lights this year in the trees in my garden outside, because I normally do the warm white, and I was like, oh, should I do something really bright this year? You know, sort of like.
I tell you what, I don't like though. I don't like flashing lights or you know, lights that chase around or the movement. The movement. I don't like the movement.
You're not coming to my house.
How interesting.
It's like a winter wonderland. It's Blackpool illuminations. That's what we've done this year. Though the better half is
We
from
want to
Blackpool.
see your Christmas trees, please. gbviews@gbnews.com.
But let's have a check on your weather. Here's Alex Deakin.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. The cold weather persists. A hard frost out there for most of us this morning. Generally a fine and sunny day, but there are a few showers around and that could make things pretty icy. Particularly we've got these showers across eastern England, southwest Scotland, northwest Scotland and northern Scotland. Those showers mostly of rain or sleet, but some snow is mixed in. We've also got some dense fog patches. They'll take a time to clear, particularly from the Midlands, but they should clear away. And then most of us dry and bright with some sunshine, but don't expect it to be too warm. It's a cold first Saturday of December, 1 or 2 degrees in many places, particularly if that fog sticks. A little milder in the southwest, where there will be 1 or 2 showers drifting in through the evening and overnight. They'll have some snow mixed in, mostly over hills, but as we go through the night, we could see a little bit coming down to lower levels, perhaps into parts of the Midlands and southern and eastern England. So perhaps waking up to a dusting in the morning, and again, potentially quite icy overnight as temperatures fall widely below freezing, -3, -4. Quite a bit lower than that through some sheltered Scottish glens. A bit of mist and fog around in the morning. Again, the potential for quite icy conditions. Some wet weather clearing away. But then, again, we look down to the southwest as more rain with some hill snow moves in later on across South Wales and southwest England. Some snow mixed in with that, but also it is starting to turn milder here. For most of us, though, it'll be another cold one tomorrow.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Who is it? We're here for the show. Welcome to the Dinosaur Hour with me, John Cleese. I was married to a therapist.
And you survived?
I thought we were getting Hugh Laurie.
Second best.
You interviewed Saddam Hussein. What's that like?
I was terrified. I'm playing strip poker with these three.
Ah!
No, thank you.
My CDs need to be put in alphabetical order.
Are you going to be problematic again?
The Dinosaur Hour. Sundays on GB News.
Good morning to you. It is 7 o'clock on Saturday, the 2nd of December. Today, bad weather, rail strikes, rising costs of living. Well, it's all affecting things. Today should be the start of a Christmas shopping boost for retailers. But can our high streets survive all this going on in the festive season?
And are desperate families turning to shoplifting this winter? Theft is at an all-time high. We have a special report.
And small businesses especially get targeted, and obviously coming up to Christmas there's cost of living crisis. You know, we are seeing an increase in shoplifting.
And in Britain's biggest stories, we'll be taking a look back at some of the most dramatic moments from the COVID inquiry.
There is a significant body of judgment that believes that the virus itself was man-made, and that presents a set of challenges as well.
Forms no part of the terms of reference of this inquiry, Mr. Gove, to address that somewhat divisive issue. So we're not going to go there.
And just how bad will the big freeze be this weekend? Alex Deakin has your all-important weather forecast.
Ice, fog and a little bit of snow. The wintry weather continues, but so will the sunny skies for most today. Join me later for a full weekend forecast.
As always, Aidan's got your sport.
Yes, indeed. In the Premier League, we'll hear how the Tottenham manager, Ange Postecoglou, wants any notion of a sin bin to get in the bin. And we'll have a latest on Manchester United's takeover.
Aidan, thank you. Good morning, I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
So we've got our Christmas decks out and about here in GB News Towers this morning.
Place is rife with Christmas trees.
We've got 3 Christmas trees in the studio.
But not one behind us.
Not directly behind us.
I'm having a
let's have a look at one next to it. There you go. There's
nice.
one. Which one's that one? That one.
That was nearest you.
Nice baubles too. You can buy them on the website if you want. So there you go. Very nice.
Special GB News one.
Special GB News baubles.
Very classy.
I like the Union Jack ones.
Yes, I like the Union Jack ones. They're really bright.
So what have you been doing with your Christmas trees? Got to say, this one I really like because it's from my friend Luke. Luke Nash in Market Bosworth. Morning, Luke. Morning, family. And actually,
I mean, you can barely see the tree, the decorations there.
I know.
Is it a green tree underneath, or maybe it's one of those ones that's frosted?
It's a frosted tree, I think. But actually, you can see in the mirror they've got another one on the other side.
Oh. Clever.
Which is a green tree.
Very nice, yeah.
So 2-tree family, that one.
Now, that's another question. Do you just do one at home, or do you do one in every room?
Oh.
Let's have a look at this one from Carol. Oh, lovely. That I love, because it's very red and festive, red and green.
Yeah, very nice.
Do tell us where you live, because we want to know we don't know where Carol's living room is. It'd be nice to know.
Yes.
Well, it's candy canes, I think, are hanging on that one. Yes, just to
nice.
explain that our monitors are very far away and we can't quite see. There you go.
We do a lot of squinting in this studio. But there you go. You get a better view than us all the time. Lewis has shared his... Oh, look at that. That's red. Lovely. So red seems to be a bit of a theme this year. That's very nice.
I like red because obviously it sets off the green of the tree. Very, very nice. Thank you so much. Keep those pictures of Christmas trees coming in. Tell us where you live. It's nicer to know that as well.
Yes.
It's gbviews@gbnews.com.
Yeah, it's lovely. It's nice. It helps us all get into the Christmas spirit a little bit.
We love to know where you are and where you're viewing from.
Yeah.
And if you're abroad at the moment, in another country far, far away from us here. Tell us how... I mean, people do Christmas trees. When I lived in Australia at Christmas a couple of times, you still do huge Christmas trees. And you still decorate them with snowy stuff.
It can't be the same.
Oh, it is. It's brilliant. It's just that you often have your lunch barbecued on the beach.
Well, that's it. I met someone from... my cousin got married a couple of weeks ago, and there was someone there from New Zealand, and we said, well, what do you do for Christmas dinner? Barbecue.
Yeah. Well,
she
why
didn't say
not?
barbecue, obviously.
But you still
Barbie.
have... Barbie, yeah. But you still have the children still hang their stockings, even if there isn't a fireplace. You hang them somewhere. You still have the big tree and all the decorations and everything.
Right.
That's smashing. And then you have to leave it behind when you come back, because you're not going to carry a Christmas tree on an aeroplane, are you?
No.
So there you go.
No, well, we should think not.
Anyway, do let us know if you're living anywhere in the world at the moment and watching us. Have you got a Christmas tree to show us? Love to see it.
Now, of course, in the run-up to Christmas, it means that today is traditionally one of the busiest days in the British shopping calendar. And whilst, of course, people are looking out for the best bargains online, shopkeepers will be analysing Black Friday profits and looking for a boost in trade now in the run-up to Christmas.
It comes as shoplifting has more than doubled in the past 3 years and costs retailers nearly £1 billion a year. That's according to the British Retail Consortium.
Well, in a bid to catch shoplifters during the countdown to Christmas, West Yorkshire police are going undercover in Huddersfield.
Our Yorkshire and Humber reporter Anna Riley has this story.
To crack down on shoplifting in the run-up to Christmas, plainclothed police officers are covertly patrolling shops in Huddersfield to catch thieves in the act. It comes as shoplifting in England and Wales has risen by a quarter in the past 12 months, costing retailers £953 million a year, and West Yorkshire is the second worst affected region.
It is a problem, and small businesses especially get targeted, and obviously coming up to Christmas there's cost of living crisis. You know, we are seeing an increase in shoplifting, so this hopefully prevention piece that we're doing around, you know, making it so that it's harder for criminals to come to Huddersfield and to target the small businesses who are trying to make a living. That plainclothes team can actually add a different variance really, so they can go in and watch and obviously not be seen and then can apprehend offenders.
The undercover action here also supports the rollout of smart water forensic spray.
It involves marking high-value products with specific DNA that's linked to specific shops. It assists us when we arrest shoplifters with products on them, and they can be linked to individual stores, and it helps at convictions in court.
The scheme's funded by Huddersfield Business Improvement District to protect retailers' income and safety.
This scheme is to send a clear message: we are watching you, so don't come into the town centre unless you're going to behave nicely and actually pay for your goods. 63% of retail crime is committed by repeat offenders, so the Huddersfield Bid Rangers know who they are, the police know who they are, hence the undercover working, so we can be proactive in our responses now and we can make a difference this Christmas.
Shopkeepers in the town like David Whittle feel reassured by the campaign. He owns a family-run ladies' fashion boutique and is always vigilant in protecting their stock.
Everything in the shop, everything is tagged. Yes, I'm not naive, we lose one or two things. Recently we've had a lady who has brought her own handbag in and left her handbag and taken a new handbag. You can't be complacent, but it is fighting crime. Obviously, when people are hard up or they're struggling for money, then crime sometimes increases. So anything that BID and the police can do, any authority can do to help is very, very helpful.
The message here is shoplifters, beware, as you just don't know who might be watching you. Anna Riley, GB News, Huddersfield.
Well, let's talk now to Carl Monk, who's a retail and consumer analyst. Good to see you this morning. How dependent are high street shops on days like today?
So, I mean, the entire golden quarter, as retailers call it, is crucial for many, from small to large. Unfortunately, Black Friday was a bit of a damp squib this year. There were some good news stories beneath the headline numbers, and the official data isn't out yet. But the early indicators that we've seen do suggest that sales were down by 0.6% for Black Friday itself. We've seen promotions extend outwards from Black Friday. So what was once just a single promotional day became a week. And now, some people are beginning their campaigns at the beginning of November to try and sort of lure shoppers in and spread out the how long shoppers are primed for the best deals. But consumers are definitely more savvy than they have been in previous years. They're more willing to shop around, and they're definitely trading down in many categories.
And how would it best be learned for shops and bigger retail outlets to defeat this sort of epidemic of shoplifting? They must be discussing it. Don't they have a plan?
Absolutely. So, shoplifting is a big issue. It's a larger issue in the US. So in some cities in the US, it's got to become such a large problem that many large retailers are closing stores in cities like San Francisco, for example, because they're unable to maintain tenable trade due to the crime that they're facing. We're not quite there in the UK yet, thankfully. However, the BRC are asking for, and the retail sector at large are asking for tougher penalties for retail theft, which I think would be a huge step in the right direction in terms of rectifying this problem. As one of your interviewees said, bids have a large part to play, and some are funding additional police officers, security cameras, all to sort of make retailers feel more and shoppers feel more secure.
Are we hurtling towards a point where we're going to see a lot of town centres basically shut down? I mean, if Black Friday was a damp squib, if shoplifting is proving to be such a problem, and the cold weather and the train strikes and all the rest of it won't help over the coming weeks, are we going to see more and more town centres and smaller retailers just say, what's the point? If we can do it, we may as well do it online?
I think hurtling is probably a stronger term than I would use. However, there are things that need to be done in order to protect our high streets. So things like reviewing business rates, reviewing retail crime and making it an actual individual offence will all go towards helping. We are still a country that likes shopping in stores. So the growth in online that we saw during the pandemic actually retracted a bit after the pandemic. So about 80% of all our shopping is still done in stores, and we shouldn't forget that. Our high streets are still a core part of our communities and British shopping habits. It's just a case of making sure that they are set up to thrive with the right policies and businesses working with councils and bids to ensure good shopping environments.
It's the obvious solution, though, isn't it? If you were a shop or even a larger retailer, to just put all your business online, because that beats the shoplifter.
It does, but it comes with its own problems. So there's doorstep theft. Your parcels aren't necessarily 100% safe for being delivered to your doorstep. So there are problems with both, and there are higher costs as well. So in previous years, retailers absorbed a lot of the delivery costs. However, now they're passing those on to the consumer and return costs as well. So there are pros and cons to both, and particularly with consumers being more conscious of their spending. In many cases, the cheapest last mile is the last mile made in store, and consumers know that. So, I would emphasize that although crime has risen, it's predominantly theft, and shops are still safe for consumers. It's mainly the businesses that are suffering.
OK, Kyle, good to see you. Thanks very much indeed. Appreciate that. Well, of course, shoplifting isn't the only issue facing the high streets. We've got rail strikes, which start in many places today. And, of course, a big freeze is going to put some people leaving their homes. Because, it really does stop you from going out.
Yes, absolutely it does. I wonder if it'll stop the protesters and the marchers. Weather always has an effect, doesn't it? But certainly it would put me off shopping in the high street at the moment. It's just too cold, isn't it? And it's much easier online.
There's no joy in it when it's really cold.
No. Shopping online isn't as much fun as going to a big shop and seeing their Christmas decorations and getting into the Christmas spirit. And there's no doubt you do see things that you want to buy for presents or something that you wouldn't have thought of otherwise.
No, that's true.
But...
Plus, it's nice to handle things.
Yeah, and see how good they are.
See how good they are, because we must have all been there where you order something online and it turns up and you're like, oh, is that it?
Yes, absolutely. And then you have to figure out whether or not you want to send it back. I ordered a pizza stone.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday, because I thought we were going to make some really cool, proper pizzas. Big, heavy pizza stone, but it's got 2 handles on it. One was broken, so it's just going to have to go back.
Oh, you're joking.
Really disappointing, isn't it?
It is disappointing. Have we got John Hammond?
Oh,
okay.
Good. Let's talk weather.
Let's talk weather, because just what are we expecting over the country, John?
Well, Stephen, of course, the nation is divided always, isn't it, with weather like this? Half of us are absolutely delighted and getting in the Christmas spirit. The other half are just rolling our eyes and thinking, oh, isn't it awful? We've got down to -10 across parts of Scotland, northern England, even across the Midlands. We've got as low as -8, -9 degrees. We've got freezing fog. That arguably is the biggest hazard right now, and that's across eastern counties of England, through parts of the Midlands as well. And we also have some snow. We have snow across parts of northwest England and across southwest Scotland and through central parts of Scotland as well. Now, this snow is moving in from the west, and as it hits the coast, it's probably mostly rain, but as it moves inland across that frozen air across northern Britain, it's turning to snow. So the main hazards will be freezing fog and further snow, as I mentioned, pushing into these northwestern areas over the next few hours. For the rest of us, a lot of dry but bitterly cold weather out there through this morning. Now, what's going to happen over the rest of this weekend? A couple of things. It will actually turn a little bit milder across southern counties, so I'm not expecting any additional snowfall across the south of England through this weekend. Some rain later on this evening and overnight, but further north it's a different story. So for parts of the Midlands, Wales, northern England, I think, later on tonight and through Sunday, the chance of some further snowfall, the details of which are very elusive, but the threat is there later on this weekend and indeed into Monday. All the while, it's turning milder across the south. So the cold, the focus of the cold shifting northwards, something a bit milder trying to push in from the south. Then the cold air sweeps back south again, later on Monday into Tuesday. So we're not waving goodbye to this cold spell just yet. I think through the middle of the week, potentially further severe frost. And then later on this week into next weekend, a complete transformation. It's going to turn mild, wet, windy, soggy and horrible. So this freeze is not going to last. It's not going to last forever, but the next, certainly the next few days, the threat of further snowfall, especially, as I mentioned, across those more central and northern areas through the next couple of days.
How is it in Buckinghamshire at the moment?
And it's about -4 outside, and it's very, very crusty, shall we say? And it's going to stay. I don't think it's going to get much above freezing here through today. Actually, I'm heading up to the Yorkshire Dales tomorrow, and I'm going to take my bucket, my spade with me because I'm going to need it. I think the Yorkshire Dales could get quite a lot of snow as we go through Sunday and into Monday. With a bit of luck, I'll get snowed in. But further south, including Buckinghamshire, the trend will be for things to turn milder later on this weekend. And then, as I say, by the end of next weekend, I'm afraid it's back to business as usual. It'll be drip, 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 and a lot of wind and rain around.
OK.
Murky.
Yeah. Take your thermals, John.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Thanks very much indeed. I love a pair of long johns, you know.
Oh, sometimes it's the only thing. And woolly bed socks.
Oh, no, I don't like anything on my feet at night.
Yeah, but it's the quickest way to warm up is to put a woolly hat on your head and woolly bed socks on. And then you warm up from both ends.
It's true.
It really works.
True.
And that was the other thing. I was just looking at one of the pictures in the newspapers there. Lots of different hot water bottles you can buy for Christmas.
I've seen one advertised where you just plug it in. It looks like a hot water bottle, but you plug it in and it's recharge it.
Oh.
Do it that way.
Rechargeable hot water bottle.
I don't know if that's is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't know.
No, I don't know. I can't quite make my mind up.
It's not quite the same as a fluffy hot water bottle cover over a lovely roasting hot water bottle.
Anyway.
I don't know. We'll have to look at that.
We shall. Let's have a look at some of the other stories. Heading into the newsroom at 7:18.
Well, a Tory donor has said Labour's Sir Keir Starmer is more receptive to his proposals than the Conservative Party. He's the billionaire donor John Cordwell, and he's hit out at Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's move to slow down the outlawing of petrol cars. The businessman is now refusing to rule out providing the Labour Party with money ahead of the next general election.
Boris Johnson is apparently going to tell the COVID inquiry next week that he made mistakes in his handling of the pandemic. He's due to appear before the panel for a couple of days next week. He's likely to be asked about lockdown-breaching parties that were held at Number 10.
And hundreds of mourners descended on the London Irish Centre to celebrate the late Pope's frontman Shane MacGowan, who is said to have given the London Irish an identity. Guests paid tribute to the singer who died on Thursday, and a band played the Pogues hits at the centre, and it was all lit up in green.
John Caldwell.
Yes.
The billionaire donor.
Yes.
I know this is how parties raise money, right? I feel a little bit uncomfortable with that.
What, with the idea of any donor?
Well, no, I don't really... Do you know what? I've not really thought about it in any great detail. What does it for me is the fact he says, he won't rule out donating to the Labour Party because Sir Keir Starmer's more open to his ideas.
Well, fair enough, if you've got the money.
But... why should...
If you've got the money, you put it where you want it to go. Yes.
But that's sort of saying, well, if you've got the money, you dictate policy.
Well, you don't... ish, yes. 'Twas ever thus, though.
I know.
It happens in every country.
Yeah.
That's how political parties keep going.
I just don't like the idea of that. Someone with a bucket loads of cash saying, well, I'll give you a couple of million quid, but you need to make sure that, you do
You're
this, that and the other.
receptive to my ideas.
Yeah.
I don't know whether they do. Well, they probably do.
It's
probably naive to think they don't.
And if someone has funneled millions of pounds into the Tory party and is now saying, well, actually, I'm going to give millions to the Labour Party, they just literally will flip-flop to anyone who will do what they want.
But I think that's how it works. Do you remember when the Sun changed its allegiance from Conservatives to Labour? And they say it's the Sun what won it, the next election. I mean... anyone with influence, financial or through the press or whatever, will try and use their influence the way they want to.
Yeah.
Isn't that a democracy?
And I suppose that's common sense in, that's how it works. I just don't
get my
like
head
it.
around somebody having that much money that they can just donate £1 million or something to a political party of their preference.
If I had that much money, the last thing I'd be doing is giving it to a political party.
Me too.
But
that's about power, isn't it? It's about power and influence, and that's what turns on many of these people who've made that much money.
Yeah, I suppose so. I don't know. Is it just
money
me?
Money is power.
Am I being naive, or am I just... I just find it a bit... I'm just uncomfortable with that. The only other alternative is to have state-funded political parties.
Which is worse.
Well, we've got to pay for it then, haven't we?
Yeah. But you can't... How can you equally state-fund different political parties? Who would qualify? That's not right either. Then you get a state-run government, don't you?
Yeah. Anyway, let us know what you think on that one.
Keep your pictures of your Christmas trees coming in, please. That's gbviews@gbnews.com. We want to see what your Christmas trees look like.
Yeah, but it is cold outside. Here's Alex with the details.
Morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. The cold weather persists. A hard frost out there for most of us this morning. Generally a fine and sunny day, but there are a few showers around, and that could make things pretty icy. Particularly we've got these showers across eastern England, southwest Scotland, northwest Scotland and northern Scotland. Those showers mostly of rain or sleet, but some snow is mixed in. We've also got some dense fog patches. They'll take a time to clear, particularly from the Midlands, but they should clear away. And then most of us dry and bright with some sunshine, but don't expect it to be too warm. It's a cold first Saturday of December, 1 or 2 degrees in many places, particularly if that fog sticks. A little milder in the southwest, where there will be 1 or 2 showers drifting in through the evening and overnight. They'll have some snow mixed in, mostly over hills, but as we go through the night, we could see a little bit coming down to lower levels, perhaps into parts of the Midlands and southern and eastern England. So perhaps waking up to a dusting in the morning, and again, potentially quite icy overnight as temperatures fall widely below freezing, -3, -4. Quite a bit lower than that through some sheltered Scottish glens. A bit of mist and fog around in the morning. Again, the potential for quite icy conditions. Some wet weather clearing away. But then, again, we look down to the southwest as more rain with some hill snow moves in later on across South Wales and southwest England. Some snow mixed in with that, but also it is starting to turn milder here. For most of us, though, it'll be another cold one tomorrow.
Lovely.
Lovely, lovely weekend.
Oh dear. Coming up next for you. As we approach the International Day of People with Disabilities, we're going to be talking about what it's like being disabled in a war zone like Gaza.
Who is it? We're here for the show. Welcome to the Dinosaur Hour with me, John Cleese. I was married to a therapist.
And you survived?
I thought we were getting Hugh Laurie. Second best. You interviewed Saddam Hussein. What's that like?
I was terrified. I'm playing strip poker with these three.
Oh!
No, thank you.
My CDs need to be put in alphabetical order.
Are you going to be problematic again?
The Dinosaur Hour. Sundays on GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News.
Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's 7:27. Good morning. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Now, December the 3rd marks International Day of Persons with Disabilities.
Yeah, and we've all heard stories about the challenges that people with disabilities face here in the UK, and there's plenty of them. Not enough is done. However, what's it like being disabled in a war zone like Gaza?
Well, of course, the conflict is having a catastrophic impact on people with disabilities. They're facing huge challenges in protecting themselves from any violence and, of course, getting the care and support they usually need.
Well, George Graham is Chief Executive of Humanity and Inclusion UK and joins us now. Really good to see you this morning. I mean, this is an issue which I suppose hasn't really had any attention in any war zone, whether it's Gaza, whether it's what's going on in Ukraine. It's not an area we particularly focus on. Do you think we should be?
You're completely right, and thank you so much for having me on and also marking International Day of Persons with Disabilities. My organisation, Humanitarian Inclusion, works in over 60 countries in situations of conflict and disaster with people with disabilities. And what you've just described, which is people not even thinking about the needs of people with disabilities, we just see time and time and time again. So we were talking about Gaza today, but we can talk about Ukraine, we can talk about Yemen, we can talk about the earthquake we saw in Turkey and Syria. Just repeatedly, the needs of people with all types of disabilities seem to be neglected.
Seems to be neglected. I mean, clearly, you're not somebody neglecting that problem. But how can you tackle it? I mean, a war zone is bad for everybody. You couldn't get into Gaza with any aid, particularly for disabled people, could you?
In Gaza itself, we've got teams of people who were there anyway, who were there before the current escalation. So they've been working in horrific conditions, very, very tough conditions to do what they can for people with disabilities. So they're in the shelters, working in the shelters, hundreds of staff and volunteers working in the shelters, trying to assess the needs of the people, to identify people with disabilities. We're doing things like distributing wheelchairs, distributing crutches, wound dressing kits, providing rehabilitation support. I mean, it's like physical support for people who need it, as well as a lot of psychological support. So that's the sort of practical thing that an organisation like mine can do, and we do that in Gaza despite the difficulties there, and we're doing it in lots of other places. But the other thing I would say is that all aid actors, not just ones who focus on disability, but all of them, all of us, should be doing much more to identify the people who have disabilities and finding ways to support them.
What's the reality? And I know this is going to sound sort of horrific, really, but is there a reality that if people aren't prioritising this, that actually even families with the best will in the world, if you're in a war zone, people with disabilities are left behind, are just unable, if people are just unable to cope with moving or dealing with these people? I mean, it sounds awful, but is that the reality?
Yeah, no, it is often the reality. So, you can imagine at every stage. So from the point that the conflict kinks off, to the point when people are asked or demanded to move. If you've got a mobility impairment, perhaps you use a wheelchair. How do you move? How do you, what happens then? And we know of people who have not been able to move. So you'll know that North Gaza has been the subject of most of the fighting in the last few weeks. But there are people who never left North Gaza because they simply couldn't. So they just took their chances. And then people have fled without the equipment or the medicine that they need. So to give an example of a 3-year-old boy that my colleague described who has cerebral palsy. So when the airstrikes began, his family fled the house with him into a crowded area. He had no walking aid, no medicines, no care items. So now this 3-year-old, he's having spasms every day and his family can do nothing about that. And then, I mean, it's early morning. I don't want to be too depressing, but the stories I could tell, kids using the same nappy again and again and again because they haven't got anything else. People who use wheelchairs who can't go to the toilet, so they're not eating in order to make sure they go to the toilet less often. It's brutal.
It is indeed brutal, and it's good for you to remind us of those huge brutalities and some of the small ones. I mean, even somebody who needs glasses and hasn't got them because they're in a war, they're disabled, aren't they? If you can't see what you're doing.
I'm a glasses wearer, and I would definitely that resonates with me for sure.
Absolutely. Thank you very much indeed for coming on the programme and telling us about it.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just one of those. Another thing that we need to think about in all this, and it's not about taking sides in any of this, is it? We're talking about innocence on whatever side and whatever conflict. Right, let's change gears, should we? Because Aidan McGee is here. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning to you both.
Sin bins. Now, that's rugby only, isn't it?
At the moment, yes, it is.
I don't even know what it is.
Well,
Sin bin.
So imagine
you should be putting one on Diamond.
Hang on, imagine if I came in, and I wanted to lighten things up this hour because it was quite heavy going last time, wasn't it? We were talking about riots and head injuries and stuff, that kind of stuff. But imagine if I came in the morning and I cracked a really bad joke. You could say, right, McGee, off to the sin bin for 10 minutes. You might decide to keep me there for longer, actually.
Like
a naughty step, yeah.
So the dissent is on the rise in football. We get a lot more back chat to referees. And it was an interesting press conference yesterday. Now, we talk a lot about VAR and the failings, and it just seems like IFAB, who are the game's lawmakers, seem to want to add more and more layers of punishment, more and more layers of disciplinary mechanisms, and it's annoying people. And Ange Postecoglou, the Tottenham coach appointed in the summer, hugely charismatic guy, Greek-Australian gentleman, he had his say on it yesterday. Basically, he said, get in the bin with the sin bin. And his exact quote was, bin it, mate. And a journalist called Tom Barkley asked him what he thought of it as an idea, because it's a real possibility that it could come in next March.
It would be a physical place for people to be...
You may have seen it in the Rugby World Cup, so you can... Someone will go and sit in a certain area of the ground. It'll be near the dugout, or just it might be in the dugout actually, near the technical area for a period of 5 or 10 minutes. So you don't suffer the disadvantage of having 10 men
permanently sent off.
Yes, but it can make a difference over 10 minutes.
But it would reduce your team during that time you're in the sin bin.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the thing is, they've trailed it, haven't they? Or trialled it, I should say.
Yes.
And they IFAB reckon it's shown promising results.
Well, I'd love to see what that actually looked like. I mean, Postecoglou said yesterday, in answer to Tom Barkley's question yesterday, he said, bin it, mate, bin the whole idea, just forget about it. So I don't think he could have been much clearer. But his point is that there are actually more people to dissent against now because there are so many officials in and around the game. So there's more people to actually sound off to and more scope to actually get in trouble. I don't think it would personally work. I think we talk too much about rules and the application of the rules and dodgy decisions. And I think, if you'd asked me 5 years ago what I thought of VAR, for example, I'd have said, yeah, we need it, get it in the game as soon as possible.
But now it's lots of trouble.
I know, it's more trouble than it's worth, and removing it from the game is going to be very difficult. So sin bins, I don't think there's an appetite in the game right now. I think the timing isn't particularly great because of all the problems that are going on with VAR. It just sounds like another layer of disciplinary mechanism, and I don't think we need that right now in the game. And the Tottenham manager agrees with me.
Well, there you go. Can we just very briefly have a look at Andre Onana? Because Ten Hag's backing him.
He is backing him, he is. He's been good in league games, but he's been very poor in the Champions League. He conceded 2 very bad goals against Galatasaray in the week, which I think is going to put paid to United's interest in European football this season in the Champions League. That's a huge blow. That will be a huge blow for them. But in echoes of Comical Ali from 2003, Ten Hag is coming out and saying, actually, according to the stats, he's the second best goalkeeper in the entire Premier League. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's a bit strange. Look, he's got to back his man. He's paid £48 million for this guy, and he's dispensed with a legend, David De Gea, last summer. A lot of fans would quite like to see David De Gea back, but he's a bit like me with VAR. I'd like to see things go back to where they were. A lot of United fans want to see a return of the old guard. But nonetheless, he's backing his man. They're not in bad form in the Premier League, actually. They're keeping clean sheets. They've won 5 of the last 6. They go to Newcastle this evening, and so he'll be looking for a chance to re-establish his credentials. But Manchester United goalkeeper, a very, very difficult position in football, Stephen, to occupy. Is hugely pressurised.
Yeah, OK. Aidan, thank you very much. Have you got your Christmas decks up yet? No, you haven't yet.
I'm doing it tomorrow night. My niece is coming around to help me. I've promised her fillet steak with asparagus, carrots and mashed puree.
There won't be any time after eating all that to put up the Christmas tree.
And a soup starter.
And a soup stone.
Very nice. One of your special soups.
Yeah, hopefully.
Oh, well, lots of you have got your trees up already.
Yeah, shall we have a look? Sharon has sent this lovely one in.
Go on, Sharon.
Hang on. OK, waiting.
Here we go. Oh, look at that.
A really lovely one.
That's a big one.
Yes, that looks very tall, doesn't it?
In red and white. Well, it looks like white lights, but red baubles.
Very, very nicely done.
As a rule, £10 per foot, would you say?
Yes, I think... Well, that's what I'd pay.
Yeah.
£10.
I think that's
for a
expensive.
real one.
Yeah.
For a real
you think
one.
everything's expensive?
I think that's expensive.
OK, Sharon, thanks very much indeed for that. This one's from Sean, who's in the Scottish Highlands.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, a very fancy one.
Is that actually white or is it frosted? I can't tell.
I think it's maybe white with gold trimmings. And I love the way it's reflected in both windows there.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Yeah, really very nice.
It does put you in the... I mean,
and I love your Christmassy pelmets. You've got Christmassy pelmets.
Oh, he has got a Christmassy pelmet.
I was thinking of doing that this year.
And lots of little...
I've got lots of tartan fabric to
have you?
Swags with, yeah.
Can you make swags, Sam Diamond?
Yes, absolutely.
Can you?
Yeah, I've made swags before. I'll make them again.
Well, I'm impressed.
Just need lots of material.
But we've always got a Grinch.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chris. He says, mine's up in the loft.
Oh, no!
Where it should be. Another 2 weeks before it comes down.
Oh,
come
very
on.
nice. Thank you very much.
You could have put a bit of tinsel around the loft hatch.
Yeah. Give us a picture when you do get it down from the loft and put it up.
Yes, please, yes.
Now, this weekend is the weekend you really should get going on the decks.
So let's get in the mood. Let's get in the mood.
Anyway, do join us by sending in your Christmas tree pics, please. gbviews@gbnews.com.
Now, coming up for you, guess which company, yet another one, has pulled out of advertising on X. We'll tell you more in Headline Makers in just a moment.
We're here for the show. Welcome to the Dinosaur Hour with me, John Cleese. I was married to a therapist.
And you survived?
I thought we were getting Hugh Laurie.
Second best.
You interviewed Saddam Hussein. What's that like?
I was terrified. I'm playing strip poker with these three.
Oh! No, thank you.
My CDs need to be put in alphabetical order.
Are you going to be problematic again?
The Dinosaur Hour. Sundays on GB News.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
There's only 3 people you can trust in life. Your doctor, your lawyer, and your nana.
I'm not sure.
So join me, Nana Akua, at 3 p.m. every Saturday and Sunday, where we discuss the biggest topics of the weekend. Be ready for battle. Could you be quiet? What is this?
It's my new teeth.
It's your new teeth. I don't bite. Well, not without a good reason. Always honest, always fun. Every weekend at 3 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan, Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks, the admission's free.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne at, what time is it, 7:42.
Yes, we've come over here to the sort of sofa area.
But the problem with this is...
You must be jolly with the Christmas trees.
I have to point out...
What?
You see, we have our stools on different levels.
Yes.
And this sort of emphasises our height difference.
How much shorter I am. Thank you very much. It does, really, doesn't it? I'll have to sit on a cushion.
Oh, yes.
I'll remedy that in a minute.
Anyway, we're going to go through some of the headlines with writer and commentator Candice Holdsworth and showbiz reporter Stephanie Tecci. Good morning.
Good morning.
Candice, let's have a look at this on the eye this morning, because we've heard all about Rishi Sunak's plans to change smoking laws in the UK. The cigarette companies are fighting back.
Yes, so this is a lobbying group for the cigarette companies. It's the Tobacco Manufacturers Association. And they're kind of hoping, now that New Zealand has rowed back on its smoking that they can start applying a bit of pressure to the UK government to also row back a little bit. And instead of banning cigarettes entirely for people born after 2009, instead just raise the limit to over 21. But I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm always very torn on smoking stuff because for me, I understand the individual liberty of it, that people should be able to choose to do their own thing. But the problem is if you get ill from a smoking-related illness, you put pressure on the healthcare system, and it's really hard on your family.
Surely there's no way you can support the tobacco industry now. Smoking's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad for the NHS. It's bad for those of us who don't even smoke because you can smoke other people's smoke, inhale other people's smoke, and it's bad for the smoker. We know it's a killer.
But some people see smoking as a reliever for them. It helps them with stress. It helps them with anxiety. Despite all the health ailments that they can get through it, people feel like they have the right to smoke if they want to. Like we've had those adverts for years on smoking packs where it shows what it could do to your insides, and people just ignore it. And I think where there's a will, smokers will find a way to smoke.
There is an argument. Yes, it is bad for you. And there are lots of reasons why you shouldn't do it. However, the same can be said about alcohol.
Yeah.
Lots of things.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we've had experts on before saying, well, alcohol's worse than cannabis.
Yeah.
In terms of the health detriments. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what an expert, you know.
But it's very, very difficult to ban alcohol, as we've seen before with the United States.
Yeah.
But you can ban smoking. There clearly is a way to gradually take it out of our society.
I suppose what some people have said is, do you need to make a law, or people are just generally smoking less anyway?
Yeah.
So you just sort of let it phase itself out.
The figures are significantly down.
Yeah.
Significantly down.
People are vaping more.
Yeah, but that's because of... That is because of changes in law, isn't it? It's about not smoking in pubs and all sorts.
I mean, do you remember all the hoo-ha about when they brought in the ban on smoking in offices?
Yeah.
And people now just accept it, don't they?
Yeah.
Go outside to smoke.
I'm so torn on it. It's something I'm genuinely torn on.
Why do you bother so much about the smoker's right to smoke?
Because I think individual liberty is a really important thing for me, but I had a very personal experience with a family member of mine who got a smoking-related illness, and I saw how much he suffered.
Yeah.
And the family suffered as well, seeing that. So I've always got these two competing things in my mind, you know. Yes, people should be free to choose what they want to do, but I know that it doesn't just impact you, it impacts everyone around you.
I always sort of think it's got to be people who are in that situation who then turn around and say, I wish I hadn't done it.
Yeah, and I think that's what happens. I think smokers, they tend to forget that what they're smoking is poisonous and it is damaging to the body. And it's not until, God forbid, they get that diagnosis that they just regret it so much. But, you know, smoking's so much a part of, like, social life. You go to a pub and you just see smokers outside. It's just so interweaved into British life. I almost can't imagine...
But that's why this move is gradual. It's year after year after year, gradually cutting off a generation, a whole classroom full of
And that's the way to do it, because the earlier people pick it up, the longer they're going to do it. So if you target younger people... But as far as I know, what the figures show is younger people are rejecting it. They're not doing it.
But let's embrace that and go a bit further.
Yeah.
As a society, why can't we learn? Smoking's bad for
Have you ever smoked, Anne?
Never.
Ever tried a cigarette or anything?
Never.
Never.
I never saw it as anything attractive in any way at all.
Yeah, women used to get penalised a lot, like early on.
Yes, they did,
If you were seen smoking, it was like, you seem like a bit trashy.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's all very misogynistic.
Oh, it was.
Let's have a look at... Now, this got my goat this morning, because it's about Nigel again.
Yes.
There's a big splash on the front of the Mirror. Get him out of there.
Yeah.
And it's two Labour MPs who basically say he shouldn't even have a platform to appear.
No.
That can't be right in a democracy.
Well, I'm not surprised it's the Mirror, which we know is a left-leaning paper, but, you know, it is... Politics are trying to, you know, people who oppose Nigel Farage, they're trying to get their shots at him because he is an I'm a celebrity. So we've had Labour MP Nigel Farage who says that he is a deeply poisonous influence being on that show, and that ITV shouldn't even give him a platform.
Has she even watched it? Because I haven't seen him say or do anything particularly political or soapboxy in any way at all.
And this is where I think people just love to hate Nigel Farage, and he was an easy target. I always just thought, him now coming onto mainstream TV for I'm Celeb, I knew that people were going to try cancel him, people are going to try come up with these kind of thoughts and these headlines to just do anything to diminish him. We also have Kim Johnson, who's trying to remind people that the reason why they should vote him out tomorrow is because of his 2016 Brexit campaign, and said that they had tones of racism in there. So it is really trying to stir the pot here, I think.
It's totally intolerant.
Yeah.
I can't stand it. It really does lead to such an impoverished political culture. You know, we've got these bogeymen, and as far as I can see, he's actually not that popular on I'm a Celebrity. The public don't dislike him.
Yeah.
Their view is very one-sided, and maybe in their circles they're used to that just being conventional wisdom. But actually, ordinary people maybe have more of a nuanced view about these things.
Yeah, I do sort of think, and it's the bottom line. You know, on a personal level, I like him as a person. We've had lots of chats over the years. Doesn't necessarily mean I agree with his politics or disagree. I'm not stating my. I'm not planting my flag anywhere.
But we've had other politicians on Celebrity, and there hasn't been this call, get them off, they've got no right for the platform. It's against Nigel. People
but I think the reason why they probably feel this way is because they probably see him as a threat. You know, they wouldn't be stirring up the pot like this if they didn't feel threatened by him for some reason. And I think, you know, for instance, you can have different views to Nigel, but he's still a human being who's allowed to have freedom of expression and freedom of opinion.
And one of the things that they do say in the paper, one of the quotes is, you know, it's not verbatim, but you know, that he can't keep up this facade of playing a nice guy for long. Well, actually, I'll tell you what,
he's not a facade. He's like that.
He is like that. He is a nice man. That doesn't mean you have to agree with him. You can like someone you disagree with.
That's what they always say as well about the jungle, is that you can try a facade, but it can only last 1 or 2 days.
It's such a tense environment.
Exactly. It's a very difficult environment. After a couple of days, you are you.
Yeah, just have an open mind.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. Candice, in the Mail, boomers are spending more money on travelling than their parents.
Oh, how exciting.
See, this, I was drawn to
What's a boomer? See, I get lost with these terms.
It's now grands and granddads.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think it's people born between just after the war, so about 1946 to I think about 1960. Those are considered baby boomers.
I'm a baby boomer.
Yes, yes.
And I suppose I should be a grandmother by now, obviously, but I'm not. But if
Get on with it, boys.
If I were, my sons would be complaining that I'm off on my cruises instead of staying in and looking after their children.
This is such a familiar thing. So I've read, there's been so many articles like this. Millennials saying that our baby boomer parents are more concerned with travelling, doing their own thing, than looking after our children. And it is, I find that fascinating because I think many demographers have found there are different values between the generations. The baby boomer generation is very much about self-expression, doing your own thing. After they've raised their children, maybe they're going to go travel, maybe they're going to have a second career, whereas millennials value community a lot more, and they sort of want families to all be together, and maybe their grandparents were similar to them in that sense, so they had their granny and granddad round a lot.
I love the fact that it says that grandparents are hitting back and saying, we didn't have a damn nanny.
Well, this is the thing, and that's what a lot of baby boomers will say. When they were starting out, they weren't wealthy, no one helped them.
They've had to work really hard. I think they deserve to live their best life. I think, you know, why should, like, they've spent their time raising their children, dedicated to family life, and now is their time to really go explore again. So why should they then be changed to, like, changing nappies again? Of course, be there to help, but don't make that your responsibility.
I think, people of my generation think it's fun to be a grandparent. But not a full-time parent. Of course, you love your grandchildren, but you want to go away on holiday and rediscover yourself.
I find it so fascinating, these shifting values. Or even they were saying some baby boomer grandmothers don't even like being called grannies. Like, so my mother-in-law, she's called Gaga, and she likes to be called Gaga.
Is she Gaga?
Saying nothing, lips sealed.
I do sort of think what does worry me is the number of parents now who don't actually want to take that much responsibility for their own children. They do seem to be farmed out.
In their defence, although you have to add that childcare is so extortionately expensive, I don't know how guys of your age do it. I just don't.
I think the big shift now, and this is documented, is since working from home, dads are a lot more involved.
Yes.
I mean, millennial dads are super involved in their kids' lives now. I mean, when I'm dropping my kids off at nursery and school, there's loads of dads. They're all there. They're doing the school run. Because women are often working in the city or whatever. The men are going to the phonics lessons that are in the middle of the day. They're taking the children to children's parties. And it has to be like that. You have to have that partnership now.
I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, of course it is.
That's nice.
But the thing is, I think what I've learned from my friends who've had children is that so many women and men lose their identity when they become parents and stuff. And I think that's why so many people want to hold to some sense of who they are.
Yeah.
And they should be allowed to. And that's what you'd want to teach your kids as well, hopefully.
And we're living longer as well. You know, I mean, you can have a whole second career now after you've raised children. It's possible.
Yeah.
So,
and I think if you don't travel when you're older, I think that's when you actually do feel old, when you're just sat in one place and not really being active.
And the one point I want to make, because my mum is is the cusp between baby boomer and Gen X, and she does tell my children to be a bit rebellious and question authority. So she does bring that perspective in, and it is valuable.
She's a troublemaker.
Stirring the pot in it.
Loving it. Look, thanks, you two. We shall see you a little bit later on. In the meantime, let's see what the weather's going to do for you with Alex Deakin.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. The cold weather persists. A hard frost out there for most of us this morning. Generally a fine and sunny day, but there are a few showers around, and that could make things pretty icy. Particularly we've got these showers across eastern England, southwest Scotland, northwest Scotland and northern Scotland. Those showers mostly of rain or sleet, but some snow is mixed in. We've also got some dense fog patches. They'll take a time to clear, particularly from the Midlands, but they should clear away. And then most of us dry and bright with some sunshine, but don't expect it to be too warm. It's a cold first Saturday of December, 1 or 2 degrees in many places, particularly if that fog sticks. A little milder in the southwest, where there will be 1 or 2 showers drifting in through the evening and overnight. They'll have some snow mixed in, mostly over hills, but as we go through the night, we could see a little bit coming down to lower levels, perhaps into parts of the Midlands and southern and eastern England. So perhaps waking up to a dusting in the morning, and again, potentially quite icy overnight as temperatures fall widely below freezing, -3, -4. Quite a bit lower than that through some sheltered Scottish glens. A bit of mist and fog around in the morning. Again, the potential for quite icy conditions. Some wet weather clearing away. But then, again, we look down to the southwest as more rain with some hill snow moves in later on across South Wales and southwest England. Some snow mixed in with that, but also it is starting to turn milder here. For most of us, though, it'll be another cold one tomorrow.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Who is it? We're here for the show. Welcome to the Dinosaur Hour with me, John Cleese. I was married to a therapist.
And you survived?
I thought we were getting Hugh Laurie.
Second best.
You interviewed Saddam Hussein. What's that like?
I was terrified. I'm playing strip poker with you three.
Oh!
No, thank you.
My CDs need to be put in alphabetical order.
Are you going to be problematic again?
The Dinosaur Hour. Sundays on GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you,
GB News.
Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say.
So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel. In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan, Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks, the admission's free.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Very festive morning to you, because we are in the festive season at last. It is 8 o'clock on Saturday, the 2nd of December. Today, well, bad weather, rail strikes and the rising cost of living could all affect things. Today should be the start of the Christmas shopping boost for retailers. But can our high street really survive this festive season? Olivia Utley has more.
Britain's braced for another 9 days of train strikes starting today, but could we be heading for the end of industrial action? One deal is being talked about behind the scenes.
Are desperate families turning to shoplifting this Christmas? Theft is at an all-time high. We have a special report.
And small businesses especially get targeted, and obviously coming up to Christmas there's a cost of living crisis. You know, we are seeing an increase in shoplifting.
And coming up in Britain's biggest stories, we'll be taking a look back at some of the most dramatic moments from the COVID inquiry this week.
There is a significant body of judgment that believes that the virus itself was man-made, and that presents a set of challenges as well.
Forms no part of the terms of reference of this inquiry, Mr. Gove, to address that somewhat divisive issue. So we're not going to go there.
And just how bad will the big freeze be this weekend? Alex Deakin has your all-important weather forecast.
Ice, fog and a little bit of snow. The wintry weather continues, but so will the sunny skies for most today. Join me later for a full weekend forecast.
Aidan's got all your sport this morning.
Yes, indeed. Good morning. In rugby union, the sport has been hit with a legal bombshell as nearly 300 former players file a lawsuit blaming the sport for their head injuries. And in football, we'll look ahead to the Euro 2024 draw, which happens in Germany this evening.
Aidan, thank you. Good morning. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News. I was going to say, you said to everybody we're in festive mood.
Yes.
At the moment, you can't see our Christmas trees. They're either side of us, actually, but there are Christmas trees have popped up all over GB News' offices.
The elves
today.
have been busy.
They must have been. I wonder when they came in.
I don't know.
Yeah. But they really look good, some of our trees, so we'll be showing you them throughout the programme.
Get a shot up.
But,
get a shot up.
of our lovely
There
trees.
you
There
go.
we
And look at those lovely Union Jack baubles, and we've got GB News baubles. Also, it's nice. I think we've done a good job this year. I don't know who's done it.
That's the big debate: is do you go for a colour theme, or do you just go multicoloured?
Well, I go
big and bright and beautiful.
We go multicoloured. We like it. Reminds us of the good old days. However, for a studio setting, I think white is better. It makes more of an impact in a studio setting.
You mean white lights?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I like twinkly white lights, but you can go for colour on everything else. I'm going to go multicoloured this year for the first time, because I usually warm white is what I use.
Will you tinsel or not tinsel?
No, not tinsel anymore.
No,
it used to be tinsel. But
we
not
haven't.
now.
We haven't tinselled this year. But it's a different tree, so
it's big red bows.
Oh,
do because
really?
that's a lovely way of getting colour in to the tree as well. And it's also if you've got a gap.
Ah,
You have an annoying gap. You bung a big bow in there, and it fills up the gap very well. Those stars work well though for gaps, don't they, as well?
You see, that's very good. You see, you're full of good advice on these sort of things.
I've got a lovely special bauble I bought for you at the Christmas shop I was in Germany a few months ago. And I didn't know that we'd be talking Christmas trees today, or I'd have brought it. I'll bring it in tomorrow. It's a special one.
Well, you see, that's very good, because on Pride of Place on our tree is the bauble you made me last year.
Made one last year.
You made one of the set with us two sat in. It's fantastic.
Inside a bauble, yeah.
It's amazing. It's better than a ship in a bottle.
It's very homemade, but it's rather nice if you get your children to make things over the years. And our tree is always full of little bits and pieces of squashed paper and stuff like that the kids have made over the years. And you keep those. They're very special too.
It's nice stuff like
Anyway, the point is, we've been asking you to get in touch with your pictures of your Christmas trees.
Yes, what have you been up to? So let's start with Jeffrey from Warwickshire. Morning, Jeffrey. Look at that beauty.
That is splendid.
That's very, very sort of symmetrical and very organised.
But lovely
splendid.
colours.
Absolutely
up against
beautiful.
the window. Looks fabulous. Well done.
Very red and green. Red and green is a theme this year.
And I like the rug in front as well. You see, that's part of the same look, isn't it? The red and green Christmassy look. Anyway, here's one from Valerie. Oh, lovely one again, Valerie. Very, very. Now, she's using tinsel, I think, there.
And lots
like
of
silver tinsel.
And lots of... You see, I have to say, if you're going to have lights, lots of lights.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make the most of it.
Thank you very much, Valerie. We don't know where you live, but thank you for that.
Yes, and Joanne has been in touch. Joanne, now you see. Coloured lights.
Yeah. Oh, is
lovely.
Are they coloured lights,
yes.
do you think? Because the baubles are a bluey turquoisey green, aren't they?
Yeah,
Some of them, anyway. It's a very different colour, that. It's lovely.
I think that, you see, now that's what ours is like, with the coloured lights on. Love it. Absolutely love it, Joanne. Thank you very much indeed. Keep your pictures coming through.
Yeah. Wherever you're watching throughout the world, how are you decorating your room or your tree this Christmas? If you've got a picture, send it in from wherever you are. You know how. gbviews@gbnews.com.
Now, in terms of Christmas and the festive period, today actually is meant to be one of the busiest days in the British shopping calendar. Preparing for Christmas, of course. And whilst, of course, we will all be looking out for bargains online, because that's sort of inevitable now, shopkeepers are going to be looking back at the Black Friday profits, not as good as they were hoping for, we're told. So also looking for a boost in trade right now in the run-up to Christmas.
Now, sadly, this comes at the same time as shoplifting has more than doubled in the past 3 years. And apparently the cost to retailers is £1 billion a year. That's according to the British Retail Consortium.
Well, in a bid to catch shoplifters during the countdown to Christmas, West Yorkshire Police are going undercover in Huddersfield.
Our Yorkshire and Humber reporter Anna Riley has the story.
To crack down on shoplifting in the run-up to Christmas, plainclothed police officers are covertly patrolling shops in Huddersfield to catch thieves in the act. It comes as shoplifting in England and Wales has risen by a quarter in the past 12 months, costing retailers £953 million a year, and West Yorkshire is the second worst affected region.
It is a problem, and small businesses especially get targeted, and obviously coming up to Christmas there's a cost of living crisis. You know, we are seeing an increase in shoplifting, so this hopefully prevention piece that we're doing around, you know, making it so that so that it's harder for criminals to come to Huddersfield and to target the small businesses who are trying to make a living. That plain-clothes team can actually add a different variance, really, so they can go in and watch and obviously not be seen and then can apprehend offenders.
The undercover action here also supports the rollout of smart water forensic spray.
It involves marking high-value products with specific DNA that's linked to specific shops. It assists us when we arrest shoplifters with products on them, and they can be linked to individual stores, and it helps at convictions in court.
The scheme's funded by Huddersfield Business Improvement District to protect retailers' income and safety.
This scheme is to send a clear message: we are watching you, so don't come into the town centre unless you're going to behave nicely and actually pay for your goods. 63% of retail crime is committed by repeat offenders. So the Huddersfield Bid Rangers know who they are, the police know who they are, hence the undercover working. So we can be proactive in our responses now, and we can make a difference this Christmas.
Shopkeepers in the town like David Whittle feel reassured by the campaign. He owns a family-run ladies' fashion boutique and is always vigilant in protecting their stock.
Everything in the shop, everything is tagged. Yes, I'm not naive, we lose one or two things. Recently we've had a lady who has brought her own handbag in and left her handbag and taken a new handbag. You can't be complacent, but it is fighting crime. Obviously when people are hard up or they're struggling for money, then crime sometimes increases. So anything that BID and the police can do, any authority can do to help is very, very helpful.
The message here is shoplifters, beware, as you just don't know who might be watching you. Anna Riley, GB News, Huddersfield.
Well, let's talk to Chan Chudasama, who's a business advisor. Good morning to you, Chan. What would you advise businesses in the run-up to Christmas? Because there are all these pressures, people not spending as much, the bad weather's affecting things as well, and then this blight of shoplifting. What would you say to small businesses?
Yeah, I think it's really tough, isn't it? And I think small businesses have to work in tandem with the authorities, the local council and each other, very much to form partnerships to secure their own interests, really. It's very sad. The causes of this sort of crime are quite varied. What we actually see in the US and across Europe is a greater reporting of organised crime. So it's not just people stealing because they can't afford things. There is an organised crime element to this as well. So small businesses working together is probably going to be the way to go forward.
And do you think small businesses should be getting more support from the police?
I do. The police have their own challenges as well. I also think it's important that whilst it's small businesses that have challenges, large businesses have the same challenges too. If I give a small example, if that's okay. If someone steals something for £10 from Tesco's, that's probably cost Tesco's on average £9.20 to buy. But the Tesco margins are so thin that they will only make 28 pence of profit on the thing that they plan to sell for £10. Now, if you steal something for £10, that means the next £329 going through the tills is just making up the cost that Tesco's have lost. That's enormous. That's 4 or 5 small family shops. So it's large retailers and small retailers that they're actually in this together.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's interesting when you break it down in that way. I mean, what you say about retailers getting together, but what do they get together and do, in a sense, to actually crack down on this?
So shared security for small businesses is a really interesting way to go about things, because the capital costs to put in place security can be quite challenging. Bulk buying things like smart water and bulk buying security cameras and things like that is valuable. Security is not cheap, and often the infrastructure to deploy it requires shops that are near each other working together and sharing bandwidth, sharing electricity, and sharing monitoring. So that sort of thing can really help. It depends on the proximity. It depends if you're in a shopping centre or an outdoor row of streets, and it depends if your building's new or old. So context matters, which is why the councils and the police have to have a role. But in essence, the costs normally are disproportionate for a single small business on their own to really do anything very meaningful about, relative to what a big supermarket can do.
Do you think there will be one day a drive towards maybe going back to rather more old-fashioned shops where you had a shopkeeper behind a counter and all the goods on display were behind glass? I mean, the way we display things now makes it quite easy for a shoplifter, doesn't it?
It does. I hope so. So, in simple terms, I hope so. If you imagine, though, the economics of a shop, rent is quite expensive, and what shopkeepers are forced to do is try and maximise the sales capability of their square footage. And so putting things all over the space and in the air and on the shelves helps achieve that, whereas putting things behind a counter, unless it's an Argos-style counter where actually there's huge amounts of storage behind you, presents a challenge. I would hope, though, we can find a way to incorporate lots of different shopping experiences, because I think increasingly that will be the way to compete against online retailers.
Yeah. OK, Chand, really good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate it. Some sensible advice there, actually.
Reminds me of
Merry Christmas to you.
the old-fashioned shopkeeper like Ronnie Barker.
Ronnie Barker, I was thinking Ronnie Barker.
4 candles.
Yeah. But it is. But I tell you, you mentioned Argos. You wouldn't want a high street full of places like Argos. No. But I bet their shoplifting is zero, because you can't do it.
To zero. Well, yeah, they do still have big displays, though, out on the floor, don't they?
I suppose they do. But, you know, you've got to go in, select your good, pay for your goods, and then collect it. You know, but maybe that is the way forward.
No, we're never going to go backwards, I don't think, to... I don't know. It does, but that instance that you were talking about earlier, where
in B&Q.
Yeah, tell everybody again.
Yeah, as I was walking into B&Q, bloke was walking out with a great big box, which might have been like a Christmas tree or something, and just said, "Oh, it's just too easy," and walked out of the entrance, which and it's a one-way sort of
which
system.
Suggests he didn't do it right.
The suggestion was that he'd nicked it. And I was just stood there going, what?
I've seen the same thing. I've seen somebody just walk in, pick something up, walk straight out again.
Crazy.
Yeah, and you're shocked. You're so shocked.
Yeah,
you can't believe people do it. They've got the nerve to do it.
Yeah. Anyway, look, all of this being, and the pressures on the high street with the shoplifting and all the rest of it, is being added to as well by new strikes by train drivers. They're going to cause chaos in parts of England over the weekend.
Yes, members of the Train Drivers Union, ASLEF, at East Midlands Railway and LNER walk out today, followed by a wave of strikes in the coming week at other train operators.
Yeah, this comes as ASLEF voted overwhelmingly to continue industrial action for the next 6 months, apparently.
Well, our political correspondent, Olivia Utley, is with us now, and it's a grim look, isn't it?
It's absolutely a grim look, and it feels as though it's, one step forward, 2 steps back. Yesterday, we found out that the RMT union, that's the mainly made up of workers who work on the platforms and on trains, have agreed a deal with the government, finally. Pretty favourable deal for them. They've got a 5% pay rise, backdated for 22-23, and they've had reassurances about their job security, which was the big worry, because the big argument with the government was, are they going to automate the job of some of those people who stand on trains and open the doors, etc. So the RMT have agreed this deal. Great news. And then, on the other hand, ASLEF, the Train Drivers Union, have just agreed to strike for another 6 months. Now, we're going to start feeling the effects of those strikes today. We're expecting 9 days of industrial action where workers are going to refuse to work any overtime on the grounds that that'll essentially mean that lots and lots of trains are cancelled and delayed, because lots of these train operators are completely dependent on rest day pay, as they call it. Now, the ASLEF union leader, Mike Whelan, has said that this is their only possible way forward, on the grounds that the government has not had a meeting with them since January, Well, the Transport Department argue that they have been given an offer, they were given this offer in January, which would increase the pay of the average train driver from £60,000 to £65,000 for a 35-hour, 4-day week. Transport Department obviously hopes that the government will think, well, that the public will think, well, that's plenty to be getting on with. But the union are digging their heels in and saying, no, we need another meeting with them. So it doesn't look as though there is going to be any end in sight anytime soon for this industrial action. 6 months for now, but probably longer.
OK, Olivia, thank you.
Great, isn't it?
Well, shoplifting and rail strikes aren't the only issues facing the high street this weekend, because the big freeze is bound to put shoppers off from leaving their homes.
There is a risk of snow and ice across Scotland, down the eastern coast of England, from Newcastle upon Tyne to below London. Schools and businesses are being forced to close in the coming days.
So let's find out what's really going on for you, and who better to ask than John Ketley. Morning to you, John. Explain all, would you?
Morning, Stephen. Morning, Anne.
Hi.
It is very chilly, I have to say. And looking outside my window here this morning, it's pretty dense fog as well, which is pretty hazardous in itself. We got our Christmas trees, by the way, 2 days ago, so we're keen off the blocks this year. Sadly, I couldn't get it into this particular study room here, so you can't see our Christmas trees. But nonetheless, they're very traditional and we're very pleased with them. But talking about the weather, which I suppose I'm here to do, it is very frosty, it is very icy. Temperatures down at minus 10 degrees this morning in parts of the north, and minus 6 or 7 degrees even down through Shropshire and Herefordshire. And there's some snow around as well. We've seen some snow in recent days, notably around eastern coastal counties of both Scotland and England. And of course, the other day we saw some snow on the in the southwest, in the West Country, and up onto Salisbury Plain, Dartmoor, Bodmin. I think in the next few days we're going to see a bit of a change in complexion of things, because things are starting to move in rather more from the west. So we are going to see some rain turning to snow, especially on the higher ground of southern Britain, strangely enough, in the next 6 to 7 hours. And we are going to see some significant snowfall, I would think, up on the moors, say the Pennines, the higher ground of the Midlands. It's surprising how high the ground can be across the Midlands, over 1,000 feet, and there will be some snow there. And Scotland doesn't catch most of this snow to begin with, but it will eventually move northwards. But yeah, certainly it's going to be a tricky weekend for travelling about. Fog, frost and some snow for some of us.
Well, yes, we've just been told that Glasgow Airport has suspended all flights today now because of the snow, so it must be pretty bad up there.
Yeah, well, there's been plenty of snow in Scotland, certainly, and it is obviously time of the year, isn't it? And we all know that it snows in December sometimes. Traditionally, it always did used to snow in December, it seemed, when we were growing up, but if you look back at the records, it probably didn't actually. But, you know, you expect to get some cold weather once we get through to the end of November and beginning of December. This is only a temporary snap, though, because it does look as though it's going to get much milder, wetter, windier, and pretty horrible, really. I don't like it like that. But that's coming in during the early part of the week, in fact. There will be some wetter, windier, milder weather coming through, certainly by Wednesday everywhere. And that will last for several days, maybe over a week. So things are going to be turned on its head, really. But it doesn't mean to say that we're going to stay mild right the way through to Christmas Day. There could be signs of some colder weather still to come back, but that's a long way off at the moment. Let's just worry about the sort of thing we've got this weekend.
Yeah, quite right. John, really good to talk to you. Do us a favour, go and get a picture of that Christmas tree, and then you can send it to gbviews@gbnews.com, because we want to see it.
John Ketley's Christmas tree.
There you go. Good to see you. Thanks, John.
Will there be snow on it?
Probably. Now, we want to know from you this morning, should rail strikes, we're talking about rail strikes with Olivia, of course, should they be banned at certain times, like the festive season?
Yes, exactly, like the run-up to Christmas.
But then you'd just ban them, wouldn't you, at times when they're going to affect most people, which is the whole point of a strike, is to affect people to make a point. So
I just hope that since the RMT have settled, ASLEF aren't that far away from settling too.
65 grand for a 35-hour, 4-day week is not bad, is it?
When you put it like that.
That's what's been offered, apparently. But, you know, who knows?
Only rail drivers, I suppose.
Yeah. Now, let's turn our attention to some pretty serious stuff this morning, because a British Israeli whose family member is still being held by Hamas has described it, I mean, not surprisingly, as psychological torture, and says the waiting is unbearable.
Yeah, Festive, who lost 3 members of her family in the October 7th attacks, joins us now. Thank you very much for joining us. How are things for you at the moment? How much do you know? And sadly, how much do you not know?
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for having me. I would like firstly to thank the London Jewish community for coming together and have helped me arrive to Israel to meet my family in these critical hours. Yes, we've lost 3 members of the family, my cousin among them. It is very difficult and very sad, very tragic. In the midst of this very rapidly moving circumstances and changing, constantly changing, and uncertainty, we have found out that 6 of our family members have been released. Obviously, it is exhilarating, it is beyond belief, and we're very, very, very happy to see them. However, the situation is very bitter. We are waiting for more people, above 100 hostages, and it's composing of women and young people, people who have been to a party, and just horrifically were kidnapped, murdered, violated. And then there is also the situation where there are neighborhoods, houses, complete communities who were wiped out and burned to the ground.
How do you even begin to cope with all of this? Because there is, even in death, as awful as that is for people left behind, you have a sense of closure. In a hostage situation, you don't.
Exactly this. When I was in the UK and I just realized that the family in Beirut have been kidnapped, I mean, imagine this situation where you're trying to get hold of them over the phone and you can't get for days, and more information is coming. And then you realize that they've been kidnapped. And then you're trying to figure out from what's happening on the social media if you can see them, if you can understand what happened. And as day goes by, you realize that some of them were murdered, brutally murdered, and there is a closure, and there's ceremonial tradition where you are taking a shiva and you come to terms with this ending. And as you said correctly, that the uncertainty of where are the others. We're talking about a 3-year-old girl, an 8-year-old child, my other cousin, a 12-year-old child, not knowing whether they're with their parents or not. We kind of heard that there are men and women split apart, so the father and the mother are not together. And you need to tell this to the children while you're uncertain of your own life. It is so. The Western world did not see this kind of torture since 9/11. I think it's so difficult. And then after a few days, you hear about this agreement coming, and even on the day that they were supposed to be released, there was a delay of 6 hours, and eventually my family was released at 2 minutes to midnight. It was 6 hours. We were so in long in anticipation, and it was almost put on hold. The despair is absolutely enormous.
Well, Pavi, we do feel for you, and we hope that there's a whole load of people supporting you as you go through this terrible psychological torture, and we hope and pray that you will get good news soon. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, really appreciate it. It is beyond comprehension.
It is, and it is psychological torture, isn't it? Just not the not knowing, because your imagination plays the worst with you, doesn't it?
OK, look, we're going to take a short break in a moment, but first, let's see what the weather's going to do for you with Alex.
Morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. The cold weather persists. A hard frost out there for most of us this morning. Generally a fine and sunny day, but There are a few showers around, and that could make things pretty icy. Particularly, we've got these showers across eastern England, southwest Scotland, northwest Scotland, and northern Scotland. Those showers mostly of rain or sleet, but some snow is mixed in. We've also got some dense fog patches. They'll take a time to clear, particularly from the Midlands, but they should clear away, and then most of us dry and bright with some sunshine, but don't expect it to be too warm. It's a cold first Saturday of December, 1 or 2 degrees in many places, particularly if that fog sticks. A little milder in the southwest, where there will be 1 or 2 showers drifting in through the evening and overnight. They'll have some snow mixed in, mostly over hills, but as we go through the night, we could see a little bit coming down to lower levels, perhaps into parts of the Midlands and southern and eastern England. So perhaps waking up to a dusting in the morning, and again, potentially quite icy overnight as temperatures fall widely below freezing, -3, -4, quite a bit lower than that through some sheltered Scottish glens. A bit of mist and fog around in the morning. Again, the potential for quite icy conditions, some wet weather clearing away. But then again, we look down to the southwest as more rain with some hill snow moves in later on across South Wales and southwest England. Some snow mixed in with that, but also it is starting to turn milder here. For most of us, though, it'll be another cold one tomorrow.
Just a quick one on the COVID inquiry thing. We're going to be looking at the best bits of the COVID inquiry in just a moment. Sarah, because Boris Johnson's going to be appearing next week, and he's likely to be asked about the parties. Sarah says, read the COVID inquiry. Why would they ask about lockdown parties? What has that got to do with the handling of a pandemic? And I sort of agree.
I sort of agree. I think we've had enough of the parties already, haven't we?
Yeah, that's blame game.
Yeah.
That's a mistake.
And we know that if there were ever a pandemic again, we absolutely already know that that should never be allowed. But surely the purpose of the inquiry is to find out what other lessons we should be learning, not continuing to go on and on and on about the little scandalous bits we know about already.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's what we're going to be looking at in the next few minutes, the best bits of the COVID inquiry and what a real expert thinks we should be gaining from it.
Who is it? We're here for the show. Welcome to the Dinosaur Hour with me, John Cleese. I was married to a therapist.
And you survived?
I thought we were getting Hugh Laurie.
Second best.
You interviewed Saddam Hussein. What's that like?
I was terrified. I'm playing strip poker with these three.
Oh! No, thank you.
My CDs need to be put in alphabetical order.
Are you going to be problematic again?
The Dinosaur Hour. Sundays on GB News.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
There's only 3 people you can trust in life. Your doctor, your lawyer, and your nana.
I'm not sure.
So join me, Nana Akua, at 3 p.m. every Saturday and Sunday, where we discuss the biggest topics of the weekend. Be ready for battle.
Could you be quiet? What is this? It's on your teeth. It's on your teeth.
I don't bite. Well, not without a good reason. Always honest, always fun. Every weekend at 3 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Well, at 8:32, let's have a look at one of the big stories that we've been reporting on all week.
This week, senior government ministers at the time of the pandemic, well, it's Dominic Raab, it's Dominic Cummings, it's Sajid Javid, it's Matt Hancock and Michael Gove, well, they've all given evidence at the COVID inquiry into the government's handling of the pandemic.
Well, at the same time, the Scottish COVID inquiry is continuing as well. Well, let's take you through some of what we've heard this week.
It's the point about false sense of security.
Yes.
What we are seeing here is draft guidance on making a mask, which will, of course, make people feel more confident to go out, to go on public transport, whatever, which you are saying is ineffective.
Face coverings, as I know you'll be aware, is a wholly polarised debate, and it's quite difficult to maintain a central position. If I'd said don't do any of this, somebody would have challenged back and said, well, surely it does no harm.
I was angry. I was angry because the things that I read in his notes wasn't what the doctors were saying to me on a daily basis. The doctors were lying to me on a daily basis. Nurses were lying to me on a daily basis. Everything that was in my brother's notes was different from what I was being told on a daily basis.
Mr. Cummings, Sir Patrick Vallance in his diaries, Helen McNamara have made reference to you lying, to you getting overexcited and just saying stuff, that you say things which surprise people because they knew the evidence base wasn't there. Out of fairness to you, and because this is a vital issue that goes to how well the system of government was operating, you being, as you describe in your book, in the hot seat, how could, to a significant extent, important government advisors and officials have concluded that the Secretary of State for Health, in the maw of this public health crisis, in the maw of the beast, was a liar?
Well, I was not. You will note that there's no evidence from anybody who I worked with in the department or the health system who supported that, those false allegations.
There is a significant body of judgment that believes that the virus itself was man-made, and that presents a set of challenges as well.
Forms no part of the terms of reference of this inquiry, Mr. Gove, to address that somewhat divisive issue, so we're not going to go there.
You might feel that that was just about to get interesting and the lawyer shut it down. Professor Hugh Pennington is a bacteriologist at the University of Aberdeen and joins us now. And a very good morning. Thank you and welcome to the programme. Have you heard anything in the last week from the COVID inquiry that you would deem helpful to us if it ever happened again?
Well, I've been critical of the inquiry so far because it's concentrated so much on, well, you might call personalities. But of course, we've had some very strong personalities involved, as everybody knows, as you said, the parties and all that kind of thing. And it reminds me rather of, what I think that eminent German Bismarck said in the 19th century, that you don't look at what's happening behind the scenes in government. It's like what happens when you're making a sausage. You don't inquire into it. Well, they are inquiring into it, and they're finding that it's a very, very messy business. But that has to be done, because we do want to know how well things were done, and if there were mistakes made behind the scenes, or not just behind the scenes, but visible to all, we want to know about them, because we don't want to repeat them in the future. Because one of the main aims of a public inquiry is to learn lessons so that we don't get into the same problems knowingly that we've just had. I have my views on that, which we may come to, about whether we're very well. Let's put it like this: we're very good at learning lessons in the UK, and we've had many public inquiries, and lessons have been learned. We're equally as good at forgetting them after a few years, but perhaps we could come back to that.
Well, yes. Look, in the midst of all of this, Michael Gove decided to throw in the bombshell that he's been looking at the claims that this was a man-made virus and not a naturally occurring thing. Where are we in the evidence on that? Do we actually know?
No, we don't know. There are two schools of thought. There's what Michael Gove was saying, that yes, it was man-made, that the laboratory in Wuhan, where everybody's agreed that that's where the pandemic started, and the Chinese had a very modern laboratory there looking at coronaviruses. And, there are those who say, well, it's too big a coincidence for that lab to be looking at coronaviruses, looking at how they behaved, and then a pandemic starts in that very place. Well, was that virus being fiddled with in the laboratory, and then did a fiddled with virus, as it were, with mutations, escape and cause the pandemic? And there's a school of thought which is really quite, believes that quite strongly. There's another school of thought to which I belong, is that, we'll never be able to prove it. I think it's still unlikely. In fact, it's quite unlikely that this is what happened, because you'd have to have two separate things happening, one after the other in short order. You'd have to have somebody making, the COVID virus, and the naturally occurring coronaviruses that we know about are quite different. So they'd have to be very lucky to get the right mutations in, and then some idiot would have to let the virus out. It would have to escape from the lab. Now, we know that viruses have escaped from labs on many, many occasions, but generally speaking, not from that sort of lab. If you look at the pictures of the lab, their staff are wearing, very, very sophisticated clothes to prevent that sort of thing happening. So I don't think that really it's particularly helpful to go down that road. People have looked at it in great detail. They haven't come up with an answer. I don't think we'll ever know. I think it's 90% natural, and there's a 10% possibility that it might well be what Michael Gove was saying, it was a man-made virus. And another point, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter whether it was man-made or natural. It took us by surprise, and it was a brand new virus. There's no doubt about that. Nobody is disagreeing with that. Brand new virus. This is the sort of thing that's happened before. We've been taken by surprise by brand new viruses and brand new bacteria before. And sometimes we've done it, we've coped with it very well, and sometimes not so well. And it doesn't really matter, I don't think, whether it was man-made or not. I think that the big issue is, here's a new virus. It came out of China. This is what we've been preparing for with flu, for example, that a brand new flu would come out of China. One of the problems, of course, with COVID is that COVID is not flu, and our plans were based on flu, so that when we rolled the plan, whatever the plan was, into action, things were done that perhaps shouldn't have been done, and things weren't done that should have been done, but there it is.
And that's what the inquiry is meant to be looking at. We've got to leave it there. So sad, I'm afraid, that we can't talk to you for any longer. We've run out of time. But thank you very much for joining us this morning. One of the great experts.
Yeah,
really is worthwhile hearing his view.
Absolutely.
And he feels, like so many people feel, that this inquiry isn't asking the right questions and isn't coming to the right sort of conclusions.
Well, we shall see. Another week of it to
And yet
go.
it goes on, and Boris Johnson's on next week.
Yeah. Look, we've got lots of Christmas lights heading your way. We'll show you more in just a moment in Headliners.
Who is it? We're here for the show. Welcome to the Dinosaur Hour with me, John Cleese. I was married to a therapist.
And you survived?
I thought we were getting Hugh Laurie.
Second best.
You interviewed Saddam Hussein. What's that like?
I was terrified. I'm playing strip poker with these three.
Ah!
No, thank you.
My CDs need to be put in alphabetical order.
Are you going to be problematic again?
The Dinosaur Hour. Sundays on GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox,
That's right, we want to hear from you,
GB News.
Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
.45, time for Headline Makers this morning with the writer Candice Holdsworth and everyone's favourite showbiz reporter, Stephanie Tetchy. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Can we do is kick off with a bit of fine dining in the mail?
OK, yes, so this is
Who doesn't like fine dining?
depends what it is.
So this is Jan Moore in the Daily Mail. She's reviewing Greggs, and they've done a bit of a tongue-in-cheek take on their recipes, and they've done a fine dining pop-up shop in Newcastle. So it's like the steak bake accompanied by like a little herby mix and a glass of wine.
There you go, look at that.
It looks rather nice.
She said it's really nice. She said it was really, really good. I think it's one of these things that works well as a novelty, maybe not permanently.
No.
Yes, but it's been very successful so far. And I like that they have that humorous twist on things as well. They sort of know who they are, so they're turning it on its head a little bit.
Yeah.
I like that very much.
Yeah, I think Greg fans will be quite happy with that, but... I'm not a Greg fan personally.
Well, no, well, I've never had one, actually.
Yeah.
But,
when I was a teenager, I used to go in there a lot, but now, no.
You know, if you've got one nearby. If there's one on your route to school or to college or whatever, you go, don't you?
Yeah.
But other than that...
Parking tickets. Have you ever had a parking ticket?
Loads.
Of course you have.
They are like the bane of every driver's life. So that's why I want to shout out Chris Burton from Bury. He received a £60 fine from the council, and they were trying to take him to court, but he was trying to make a statement to say that actually he couldn't see the signs and most of them are obscured. So he got his measuring tape and he realised it only came at about 14 centimetres, and then legally they're supposed to be 20 centimetres. So he managed to get his parking ticket overturned.
By saying the sign that was too small for him to read
so he measured it. So he's telling people, locals, to try get their tickets overturned by measuring the parking signs.
Yeah.
It's intelligent. I wonder how he figured out how to do that.
Yeah,
I tried that once. I got a parking ticket in a place that I thought was a proper free parking space, and there wasn't a sign anywhere near. But there was. It was obscured by a tree. Because you pull into a parking space, you don't go searching for... You have a quick look, but you don't go searching for a sign. But I took a picture. Again, it was Oxford City Council, and I had to go at them, and they said no, they weren't impressed at all, so I paid the fine.
Oh, no.
Well, it's not worth taking it to court.
No, they're very unforgiving when they give you a parking ticket. They just demand it.
They do. Let's cheer ourselves up with a bit of Christmas lights. Now, my house... Our house. I've got to stop saying mine because I get told off when I get
I'm not surprised.
Our house, sorry, darling. Our house is bedecked at the moment, but nothing compared to what's going on in Bristol.
Yes, I don't know if you guys have got a video of it.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And it's a Bristol couple who've bought so many.
Oh, but that's fancy ones as well.
28,000 light bulbs on their house.
I love that.
Yes.
Do you fancy a bit of that, Candice?
Yeah.
It's not to my taste, but everyone is different, and some people think it's a lot of fun.
I love that people sometimes go to
That must, but look how it's all coordinated.
Yeah.
There's a computer system behind that somewhere.
Yes, there really is, isn't there?
Yes. We're all different. You know, I mean, when everything's the same, when everyone's just got very tasteful lights, maybe it can get a bit dull and a bit boring.
If you live next door, you might need blackout. Just to get some sleep.
I just think that's a bit of fun.
I think it's lovely.
I think on every street there's always a showstopper house where it is. Our house is a showstopper house. It's like we go full on. Like so many lights. We used to have a palm tree and we used to deck it with lights as well. Yeah.
Oh, no, I like that. I like people who go to the bother.
Yeah.
Because it's done for everybody, isn't it? It makes you feel... puts a smile on your face.
We had one of those for Halloween, actually, and the kids loved it. Yes. It was, they just went all out for Halloween, and everyone was just like, wow.
That's brilliant.
I'll have to do something. I'll have to get going this weekend. I've got the lights. They're in the box in the loft.
I'll come round.
Yeah, go up to the loft for me. I don't like going up to the loft.
No, I'll come round. I'll sort it out. Now, what else should we turn to?
Well, I wanted to look at young Gen Zers. We were talking about Generation Z or Z. Apparently are turning their noses up at a traditional Christmas dinner.
Yeah, turkey, Brussels sprouts, veg is a no-no with Gen Z.
Which ones are Gen Zs?
So they're like aged between 18 and 26 now. We're talking like maybe...
Yeah.
2010ers? No.
No, like... late 90s.
Or early 2000s, yeah.
Well, I think I might have a couple of those then.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Have you? No, yours are older than that, aren't they?
Yeah.
You say 90-something.
Oh.
I got, like, my last one was 95.
Oh, well,
maybe he's a Gen Z, yeah.
Might be.
But he loves his Christmas dinner.
Well, apparently, Gen Zs, they're turned off turkey, stuffing, they don't want Brussels sprouts. Instead of gravy, they're opting for ketchup.
What?
No! Yeah,
Oh, there's a showing a picture.
That is totally wrong. That's a proper Christmas dinner.
And they're saying instead of turkey, people are going for beef. But I'm just like, that's the whole point of Christmas, having that traditional dinner. Like, it must be a bit different for you though, Stephen, because you're vegetarian, right?
Veggie, but it's only the meat I don't have. I'm having like a vegetable Wellington or something.
Meat.
Yeah.
See, my sons eat meat, and I just don't eat. I eat everything else.
Yeah. Well, that's it. I have everything else.
Yeah.
So he's having turkey. We're getting the turkey crowning.
Yeah. I think that's a part of the day. I can't picture like having spaghetti on Christmas Day or just even ketchup instead of gravy. It's just like
heavens.
It's just only one big meal of the year. Like, why do Gen Z want to change it?
You go to a bit of trouble with Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
Put a few little bits in
It's
easy.
the absolute best.
Yeah.
I do like, though, trying, maybe other countries' Christmas dinners. That's something I'm interested in. Like France, they eat oysters and they have a lot more fish and things like that.
They have a lot of fish in Sweden.
Yes, and Poland as well. They eat carp on Christmas Day.
Where was he saying eats KFC on Christmas Day?
That's the Japanese. They have KFC on Christmas Day. It's a Japanese tradition.
Yeah, and it'll be gone within 5 minutes.
Yes, you don't spend all night before and all morning.
No, you're not prepping, are you?
Take the drama out of it.
Not a bad idea, but
there's queues outside KFCs.
Yeah.
They think it's funny. They tell us that. Well, I had a friend from Japan. She said, "Do you know what we eat on Christmas Day? KFC."
Well, you've got time to do other things.
I sort of go. What's your view? Because obviously you've travelled. Haven't you throughout your childhood? So what's it?
Well, in the southern hemisphere, it's boiling hot. So a lot of people have barbecues and they'll barbecue. Maybe they'll have roast potatoes with it or something like that.
Oh, you will sort of go down that line a little bit?
It depends. I mean, my mum is, like, very British. She can't let go of her traditions. So even if we're having barbecue meat, there's got to be roast potatoes and roast vegetables and
When
things
I was
like that.
in Australia for several Christmases, we put an enormous turkey on the barbie because there are all these programmes on telly telling you how to cook an enormous turkey on a barbie. And then you do all the other things as well.
How do you do that?
Yeah.
How does it go
For a
through?
very long period of time on a very low sort of
with a lid
down at different and then you put it up on a rack and stuff like that. It was absolutely wonderful sitting and eating it in the sunshine. I mean, just brilliant.
Wow, I can't imagine that. Are you much of a cook, Steph?
I try to be, but I like being cooked for because I think sometimes when you're cooking, it takes out the fun when you receive the food on the plate. But this year, I want to attempt to do more dishes this year. I'm already looking at what kind of things I can conjure up.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I like it, though. It's like just the whole Christmas dinner element. I think it makes it nice.
And have you got one of those plate warmers?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they are so brilliant. I can't tell you. Yeah, because really, especially when you're handing out lots of different ingredients onto a dishes, you need your plates to be warm, but not boiling hot.
Yeah.
And so you've got they're like a long electric blanket, aren't they? And you weave them in between the plates. So you've got a stack of plates.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. There's a layer, and they're beautifully warm, and it makes such a big difference.
Oh, I'll look into that.
That is such a tip, particularly for Christmas, because it keeps your dishes warm. While everybody's waiting for theirs to be handed round the table,
Well, we've prepared a full menu, which has been sent out, but I'm going to have to cook most of it.
Oh,
I wasn't
nice.
actually consulted on it. So I'm going to have to
We've
work...
got a printed menu for you.
Oh, what's on the menu?
I can't really remember. But it's all fancy stuff, and I'm thinking,
good.
I'm going to
You'll
make
be
all of
expected
that.
to do that.
Yeah.
You want to delegate to
So
different
I'm not
people.
cooking the meats.
Okay.
Because I wouldn't know what I was doing.
Exactly.
I wouldn't have a clue what I
You
was
need
doing.
to invite me round, Stephen.
Yeah, anytime. The door is always open to you, Tetchy. It's been great to see you both this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, yes indeed. Shall we find out about the all-important weather forecast?
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. The cold weather persists. A hard frost out there for most of us this morning. Generally a fine and sunny day, but there are a few showers around and that could make things pretty icy. Particularly we've got these showers across eastern England, southwest Scotland, northwest Scotland and northern Scotland. Those showers mostly of rain or sleet, but some snow is mixed in. We've also got some dense fog patches. They'll take a time to clear, particularly from the Midlands, but they should clear away and then most of us
dry and bright with some sunshine, but don't expect it to be too warm. It's a cold first Saturday of December, 1 or 2 degrees in many places, particularly if that fog sticks. A little milder in the southwest, where there will be 1 or 2 showers drifting in through the evening and overnight. They'll have some snow mixed in, mostly over hills, but as we go through the night, we could see a little bit coming down to lower levels, perhaps into parts of the Midlands and southern and eastern England. So perhaps waking up to a dusting in the morning, and again, potentially quite icy overnight as temperatures fall widely below freezing, -3, -4. Quite a bit lower than that through some sheltered Scottish glens. A bit of mist and fog around in the morning. Again, the potential for quite icy conditions. Some wet weather clearing away. But then again, we look down to the southwest as more rain with some hill snow moves in later on across South Wales and southwest England. Some snow mixed in with that, but also it is starting to turn milder here. For most of us, though, it'll be another cold one tomorrow.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Who is it? We're here for the show. Welcome to the Dinosaur Hour with me, John Cleese. I was married to a therapist.
And you survived?
I thought we were getting Hugh Laurie.
Second best.
You interviewed Saddam Hussein. What's that like?
I was terrified. I'm playing strip poker with these three.
Ah!
No, thank you.
My CDs need to be put in alphabetical order.
Are you going to be problematic again?
The Dinosaur Hour. Sundays on GB News.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
There's only 3 people you can trust in life. Your doctor, your lawyer, and your nana.
I'm not sure.
So join me, Nana Akua, at 3 p.m. every Saturday and Sunday, where we discuss the biggest topics of the weekend. Be ready for battle. Could you be quiet? What is this?
It's my new teeth.
It's your new teeth. I don't bite. Well, not without a good reason. Always honest, always fun. Every weekend at 3 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this?
Are you rethinking this policy?
Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. It is 9 o'clock on Saturday, the 2nd of December. Today, well, bad weather, rail strikes, rising cost of living, all huge issues, as today should be the start of a Christmas shopping boost for retailers. With all this going on, can our high street survive? Olivia Utley has all the details.
The Christmas shopping season is getting off to a soggy start, with Britain braced for 9 days of train strikes. But could we be nearing some sort of resolution on this industrial action?
And we ask our desperate families turning to shoplifting this winter. Theft is at an all-time high. We have a special report.
And small businesses especially get targeted, and obviously coming up to Christmas there's a cost of living crisis. You know, we are seeing an increase in shoplifting.
And we're taking a look back at some of the most dramatic moments from the COVID inquiry this week.
There is a significant body of judgment that believes that the virus itself was man-made, and that presents a set of challenges as well.
Forms no part of the terms of reference of this inquiry, Mr. Gove, to address that somewhat divisive issue. So we're not going to go there.
And just how bad will the big freeze be this weekend? Alex Deakin has your all-important weather forecast.
Ice, fog and a little bit of snow. The wintry weather continues, but so will the sunny skies for most today. Join me later for a full weekend forecast.
Good morning to you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
Should we kick off with this strike then? It gets very confusing because it was all about RMT sorting out, after all these months of striking, the RMT union sorted it all out.
Yeah, it seemed as though the RMT, particularly more than the other union, ASLEF, were being very, very stubborn and talking the angry talk that, you know, these strikes would go on until Christmas. Well, they have settled, and sadly it's members of the train drivers union, ASLEF, who haven't. And at East Midlands Railway and LNER, they're going to walk out today, followed by strikes, they say, in the coming week at other train operators.
Yeah, ASLEF drivers have voted to continue strike action for the next 6 months in their ongoing dispute over pay. So trains could be disrupted on the evening before and morning after the industrial action as well. So there's always a bit of a hangover.
Yeah. And with trains being in the wrong place as well, which makes things even worse. Well, our political correspondent, Olivia Utley, is with us now. It's a shocking mess, really, but we thought it was going to be, and yet RMT have settled, whereas ASLEF haven't. Why?
Well, absolutely. It feels like sort of 2 steps forward, 1 step back with this. RMT have agreed what is really quite a favourable deal. They've obviously been holding out for months and months now, but finally the government put forward this offer of a 5% pay increase dating back to 22-23 and for subsequent years. And this is the most important thing, reassurance about job security. Now, the RMT strike, as the union leaders kept saying, weren't really about money. They were more about job security. The government was trying to modernise trains, getting rid of jobs to, for example, automate the opening and closing of doors on trains. RMT did not like this at all. It would mean that in the long term, even if the government promised job security in the short term, in the long term it would mean jobs would go. Government have backed down on that a bit, and now we don't know exactly what the package is, but the RMT have been offered considerable reassurance about job security. Meanwhile, ASLEF has decided to strike for another 6 months. The leader of the ASLEF union, Mike Whelan, argues that why they're going ahead with the strike is because the government haven't even sat down to meet with them since last January. Now, this January 2023. So 11 months since they last had a meeting. Now, what the government says in response to this is that the deal, they haven't met them since January, but the deal that was put on the table in January, they argue was very, very fair. It brings the average train driver's salary up from £60,000 to £65,000 for an average 4-day week working 35 hours. Now, obviously, the government is putting out this message because it hopes that the voting public will think £65,000 for 35 hours, 4 days a week sounds pretty fair. The ASLEF union does not like it one bit. They are striking for 6 months, and to be honest, I can see it going on for quite a bit longer.
Look, I would be with a lot of people saying, well, that seems like a lot of money for a 35-hour, 4-day week. However, the government may say that. If you're going to put that forward as an option and it is rejected, you've got to keep talking, haven't you?
Well, there's definitely an argument that they do have to keep talking. I mean, the government argues that train driver jobs, on the whole, are pretty oversubscribed. So, fine, if you don't want your train driver job, then you can walk away from it, and there will be others that fill it. That's all very well until the country gets completely bogged down in this industrial action and all trains just grind to a halt. There are those I've spoken to, Conservatives, who are not sympathetic at all to the ASLEF union strike, but do think that the government should at least, as you say there, be sitting down with ASLEF union representatives, just in order to make it look as though a discussion is taking place. And then if ASLEF turn their noses up at whatever deal the government offers, at least it looks as though they've tried. And it seems as though ASLEF seems particularly angry with the government because it simply isn't sitting down for a meeting.
OK, Olivia, thanks very much. Should we see what the Shadow Culture Secretary, Tangham Debonair, makes of all of this? She joins us now. Really good to see you this morning. Thanks for your time. Look, a quick word on this strike action. Look, the government's got a point, haven't they, or the Department for Transport, when they say, look, there's a very nice offer on the table for ASLEF, say, 65 grand for a 35-hour, 4-day working week.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrone with that?
Well, I mean, that's for the union and the government to negotiate, and I'd like to see them do that as soon as possible, because obviously strikes help none of us, the working people who want to get to work, people who want to get to visit family and friends. It's really important that these strikes are settled as soon as possible, and I really hope that the government and the unions can negotiate that and a fair settlement as soon as they can.
How do you feel things went at COP28?
Well, I think it was really interesting, the contrast between Rishi Sunak, who basically seemed to arrive, turn around 3 times and go back again, and last year had to be dragged kicking and screaming, and Keir Starmer, who really is setting out his stall on the world stage, showing that he is a global leader, meeting with prime ministers from countries from Iceland to Barbados to discuss our Clean Power Alliance, which is so necessary. If we're going to get to net zero by 2030, and we want to get to net zero energy by 2030, that's one of Labour's missions, we have to cooperate, we have to share information, we have to collaborate with other countries, because this is too important a race to slow down on. We need this because if we want to get people's bills down for good, and of course we do, if we want to have good energy security so we're not at the mercy of tyrants like Putin, and if we want to save the planet and create those great new jobs of the future, it will take cooperation. Keir Starmer has shown this week that he is taking his place on the world stage, that he wants brand Britain to be boosted around the world, and that's in the interest of lower bills, good jobs, and energy security, and of course saving the planet.
Yeah, all right. It's that part of the reason why some of the net zero stuff was the targets weren't moved, but priorities were shifted by the Prime Minister, was because of the financial impact it was going to have on people here in the UK. Now, if you're talking net zero energy by 2030, look, it might have benefits after 2030, perhaps. However, it's going to cost us now, isn't it?
Well, the thing is that the cheapest form of energy generation that we have is onshore wind. And under the Tories over the last 13 years, that has slowed virtually to a halt. That actually means lower bills for good for people. And at this time of a cost of living crisis, goodness me, couldn't people do with knowing that that's what's coming? Now, we know that the planning process has slowed down applications to get those wind farms up and running. We want to change that. We want to accelerate it. And that's really important if people want to have lower bills, which I think everybody does, but also save the planet. It's in our long-term and our short-term financial interests. And with Rachel Reeves as our Chancellor, we will always stick to our strict fiscal rules of not borrowing for day-to-day spending and only borrowing for capital investment when that's in our long-term financial and other interests. And that's what this is about. We have to get to net zero so that people's bills come down for good and that we save the planet.
You're Shadow Culture Secretary. What would you do with the Elgin marbles?
Well, I mean, we think in the Labour Party, we think that it's important that we actually talk to our allies. And this week, Keir Starmer met with the Prime Minister of Greece and discussed this amongst many other things. Again, in stark contrast to Rishi Sunak, we think that the British Museum and the Greek authorities are more than capable of coming up with a good agreement. That is in process. I will be meeting with the British Museum soon in order to discuss their plans and proposals. We think it's important that we trust museums and our allies and actually work constructively with them. It was quite astonishing, frankly, this week to see Rishi Sunak effectively just sort of sulkily cancel a meeting at the last minute with the Prime Minister of one of our closest allies. That's not a way to behave on the world stage. And I'm very glad that Keir Starmer chose instead to meet with him and discuss matters from climate change and terrorism and security and, of course, the Elgin Marbles. I think that showed what sort of a leader Keir is.
Does the Labour Party agree with deplatforming people it doesn't agree with politically?
We think that free speech is really, really important. And of course, we do have laws in order to prevent the incitement to racial hatred and so on. But actually, I think one of the best ways of debating difficult topics is to discuss them respectfully with people with whom you disagree. If you only ever talk to people you agree with, you don't get very far.
All right, then what would you say to your colleague, Labour MP Nadia Whittome, who's quoted in the Mirror today saying Nigel Farage is a deeply poisonous influence who should be denied a platform?
Well, I mean, Nigel Farage is, of course, a GB News presenter, and I'm not sure if you guys have had your invites to be on I'm a Celebrity. I have to say I don't fancy it much, but it is up to the viewers. It's up to ITV to choose who goes on the programme, and it's up to the viewers to decide who gets those Bush Tucker trials and who gets voted off. Yeah,
so, but, I mean, look, if you bump into Nadia Whittome in Westminster, what are you going to say to her? Because actually coming out with this sort of narrative is, I mean, in terms of critical thinking for the voting public of the UK, this is she's saying exactly the wrong thing, isn't she?
Well, Nadia is a colleague and a really hard-working MP and representative of Nottingham. And as I said, we debate with people we don't agree as well as with people we do agree. I think really it is a matter for the viewers of I'm a Celebrity to decide who's on there and who's voted off. I mean, it's making entertainment for lots of people who are enjoying it. And, I think it's important that we share our views and we debate them, and that's what's taking place.
But she's suggesting that he be booted off the programme simply because of who he is and his political views. Not to do with anything to do with his performance on the programme or anything like that, or whether he's entertaining or not. Simply because of who he is, she feels he should be deplatformed.
I think that it's obviously it's up to the programme makers who's on the programme, and it's up to the viewers who gets booted off. Other people are entitled to have a different view. That's fine. It's a democracy. But what matters here is, this is a piece of entertainment, and if people don't like having Nigel Farage on the show, then they'll vote him off, and they might decide that they want to keep him on just because it's entertaining to see what they can get him to eat.
She's a Labour MP, as you said. She's a colleague, but she's a Labour MP, and she is saying he should be booted off a programme because he shouldn't be allowed that sort of publicity. And that's what she's calling for. I mean, you're saying it's up to ITV and it's up to the audience and their vote, but it's not. She's saying simply because of who he is, he should be off.
Well, Nadia's entitled to her view, but I think I'm speaking factually here when I say that it's actually up to the viewers to decide what they want to do with Nigel Farage, and whether or not he's booted off or allowed to stay on and eat more horrible things.
OK. Tangham Debonair, good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
See you too. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Look, I have some sympathy with Tangham Debonair in that she's not going to want to sit here and say a colleague of hers is wrong. But I think this is the whole point of everything we do here is to say, let's talk about stuff that isn't being talked about elsewhere. All views, as long as they're legal and not inciting hatred or whatever, are welcome. And it doesn't, whatever your views are, it doesn't matter, does it? You can have your say and be heard and be respected and listened to, and then people will come to their own conclusions.
If he had said something unpalatable and wrong, then yes, maybe people could quite rightly call for him to be booted off the programme. But simply because of who he is, she says he shouldn't be on the programme. And, you can only suggest they're a bit worried that he might win.
Yeah, I just think it's a very, very odd thing to say.
What do you think of the King's tie at COP28? We didn't talk about that. We were going to talk about that earlier. He wore a tie which, having looked at a close-up of it now, it is definitely the Greek flag.
It's a Greek flag all over it. And it's causing a bit of controversy. Is it to do with the Elgin marbles?
Is it to do with the fact that Rishi Sunak did not meet the Prime Minister of Greece in the end?
Is it just because his father was Greek?
Yeah. And why did he choose to wear it to COP28?
He also wore it when the President of South Korea arrived. So he's
Maybe
worn
it's
it
just
twice
a favourite
recently.
of his. But on the other hand, people choose royals' clothes for them, don't they?
Yes.
There is a very deliberate... I mean, everything they wear is deliberately chosen by designers, but also okayed by them. He, I think, wore that as a little...
Nod.
A little snip. At Rishi Sunak? Or protest, was it? Or was it just a mark of support for the Greek Prime Minister? Who knows? But it is very definitely a tie made up of lots and lots of Greek flags.
I mean, I would have quite happily seen him in the Union flag tie.
Well, then we would have said he
delicate.
was a GB News. He would have looked very GB News then, wouldn't it?
Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, absolutely not.
Anyway, I think we are talking about that a little bit later on with Michael Cole, aren't we?
Actually, yes.
We will
talk
bring
about
that
lots
up.
of things like that.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Meanwhile, there are some protests in support of Palestine continuing today. The former Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn will speak at a Freedom for Palestine rally organised by the Stop the War Coalition.
Well, our reporter Lisa Hartle is in Wimbledon for us. Lisa, what's going to go on there in Wimbledon?
Good morning. Well, until 11:30 this morning, just behind me, there's planned to be a vigil that's going to be organised by the Palestine Solidarity Campaign. This one's going to be one of just 47 across the whole of the country. Now, Jeremy Corbyn's due to speak at one being held in Tower Hamlets. That's due to start from 3 p.m. Now, the Palestine Solidarity Campaign, they're one of those that have been organising huge events that we've seen taking place, like marches on the streets of London, for example, every Saturday since the war began, calling for a ceasefire. Obviously, this comes after a week of a ceasefire, the pause in fighting, which a humanitarian organisation, the International Rescue Committee, has said, of course, that pause saved lives, but with the fighting now resumed, it resumed yesterday, and the scarcity of water, electricity and fuel, Gaza's healthcare system has collapsed. So far, 15,000 people have been killed in Gaza, 6,000 of those reported to be children. So the organisers of events like this, the other 47 that are taking place around the country, some of them are vigils, some of them will be protests, some of them will be marches, and organisers say that they're going to continue to put on events like this until the ceasefire, permanent ceasefire, can be agreed in Gaza.
OK, Lisa, thanks very much indeed. Appreciate that. We were talking about the train drivers. A few people have messaged in. Brandy says it's not about the salary for ASLEF, it's about huge alterations to their terms and conditions.
To be fair, that's what they've always said.
Well, yeah, and Kaz says you need to realise that 65k includes unsocial hours and working every day except Christmas Day. No extra for bank holidays or night shifts. Which, yeah, right, fair. I think fair enough. However, there are hardly any jobs nowadays where you get extra for doing weekends, night shifts, or anything else.
Very few.
Or bank holidays.
What is the secret to a long marriage?
Oh.
A couple who are thought to be... I've just found this in the paper. A couple who are thought to be Britain's oldest married couple, they are both centenarians, say the secret to their long marriage is never arguing. They are Dorothy Walter, who's 103, and her husband Tim, who's 102.
Oh, she got herself a toy boy.
Yes. And they met... And this is wonderful. They met during the war and fell in love with each other, and they were both working at a factory that made Spitfires. Oh. Isn't that wonderful? They've got one daughter, 2 grandsons and 3 great-grandchildren, and they still look absolutely fine. They really do. But I just
Good
think
on them.
Oh, absolutely.
Don't argue.
Love to meet them. Don't argue. And, wow, that is a very long marriage.
Well, I have to say, we don't argue. Me and my husband don't argue.
No, not at all.
No. OK, we might have words at times, but that's as far as it ever goes.
Is he fit?
Sorry, what?
Is he fit? No?
Yes, he is fit, yeah. It's a rather personal question, but he was in the army. But yes, thanks.
Sometimes I'm embarrassed.
Thanks very much indeed. What, embarrassed for me?
Yes.
Oh, Lord. Let's move on, should we? Here's the weather with Alex.
Morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. The cold weather persists. A hard frost out there for most of us this morning. Generally a fine and sunny day, but there are a few showers around and that could make things pretty icy. Particularly we've got these showers across eastern England, southwest Scotland, northwest Scotland and northern Scotland. Those showers mostly of rain or sleet, but some snow is mixed in. We've also got some dense fog patches. They'll take a time to clear, particularly from the Midlands, but they should clear away. And then most of us dry and bright with some sunshine, but don't expect it to be too warm. It's a cold first Saturday of December, 1 or 2 degrees in many places, particularly if that fog sticks. A little milder in the southwest, where there will be 1 or 2 showers drifting in through the evening and overnight. They'll have some snow mixed in, mostly over hills, but as we go through the night, we could see a little bit coming down to lower levels, perhaps into parts of the Midlands and southern and eastern England. So perhaps waking up to a dusting in the morning, and again, potentially quite icy overnight as temperatures fall widely below freezing, -3, -4. Quite a bit lower than that through some sheltered Scottish glens. A bit of mist and fog around in the morning. Again, the potential for quite icy conditions. Some wet weather clearing away. But then, again, we look down to the southwest as more rain with some hill snow moves in later on across South Wales and southwest England. Some snow mixed in with that, but also it is starting to turn milder here. For most of us, though, it'll be another cold one tomorrow.
We're going to be talking about matters royal in a few minutes. Is it time, for instance, for Harry and Meghan to wade in to the whole argument and deny it? Don't go anywhere. This is GB News.
Who is it? We're here for the show. Welcome to the Dinosaur Hour with me, John Cleese. I was married to a therapist.
And you survived?
I thought we were getting Hugh Laurie.
Second best.
You interviewed Saddam Hussein. What's that like?
I was terrified. I'm playing strip poker with you three.
Oh!
No, thank you.
My CDs need to be put in alphabetical order.
Are you going to be problematic again?
The Dinosaur Hour. Sundays on GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News.
Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
See, do you like our Christmassy titles?
I love them.
Very nice.
Snow and everything.
Someone's
Very
been
jolly.
busy.
Yeah.
Anyway, have you been busy putting up your Christmas trees and getting all the decks up? I hope so.
Well, it's the countdown to Christmas.
Yeah.
Maria in Nottinghamshire, thank you, sent us a lovely picture of her tree.
Oh, look at that. You see that? That's sort of whites and blues.
Mm-hmm.
I like the blues.
Gone for the frosted tint, I think.
A lot of tinsel.
Love
Yeah,
that
I
one.
like it.
Thank
I
you
do
very
like
much.
a bit of tinsel. Scotland. We haven't had one from Scotland so far this morning. This is Angela.
Oh, it's a real tree out
It's a
in
real
real
tree
snow.
outside, yeah.
Oh, lovely.
Well, there you go. I don't say much for your decorations out there, Angela, but nature's done what she can.
Yes, it's lovely how nature sometimes does that, makes everything look clean and white.
Yeah, lovely.
Denise in Bettishanger doesn't have a tree, but has sent us a picture of a very festive fireplace. You're waiting for Santa to come and fill those stockings. That's lovely. Where's Bettishanger?
I don't know.
No, I shall look that up.
But that's lovely. I like a garland. We've got a garland.
Yes.
On the fire. Very nice too. And do you know what? It's for years and years and years, I never put any decorations up at all.
Bettishanger is in Northbourne, in the Dover district, in the parish of Northbourne.
Oh,
it sounds almost Dutch, doesn't it? I was actually wondering.
It does. Oh, there was a coal mine there.
Yeah.
There you go. Oh, it looks very nice.
Thank
I like
you very
St
much.
Mary's Church in Bettishanger.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Oh, and it's right on the very edge there of the country.
Ooh.
Smashing. Thank you very much
Which
for
means
that.
I think down there you'll probably get some snow.
Yes, snow is very much going to be Scotland and then down the east side of the country, well below London as well. So it's going to be pretty chilly all along that coastline.
Yeah, thanks for getting in touch this morning. Lovely stuff. Love to see what you've been getting up to. We'll do more over the coming weeks as well on that,
absolutely.
I think. Nice that you've been in touch. We haven't heard anything well, not us directly, but the world, actually, from Prince Harry and Meghan. They have yet to break their silence after all this hoo-ha over that book, Endgame, and the Dutch translation which identified two royals allegedly at the centre of that race row.
Yeah, now Buckingham Palace is said to be considering whether or not they should take legal action. They certainly haven't confirmed that. But joining us now is former royal correspondent and writer Michael Cole. Hello, Michael. Lovely to see you. How's the snow where you are? Because you're around that coast, aren't you?
Yes, we have a little covering of snow, and my wife put up our first Christmas tree yesterday, so we're well in the Christmas spirit. It's a very frosty, cold morning, but you're generating some nice warmth in your studio this morning, and it's a pleasure to be around talking about interesting things like the King's tie and, of course, what's going on in California. And what you've said it is right on the money, because Prince Harry must act. Only he can silence this storm of racism swirling around the heads of the royal family. He should take immediate steps to distance himself from this poisonous book and repudiate its content, because back in January in an interview, he said quite clearly that he wasn't accusing his family of racism. And now, if he has any residual sense of duty towards the institution that's given him life and given him the prominent position he holds, he should do something. And if he has any affection for the members of his family who've been libeled in this way, he should come out and say quite clearly, and he's the only person who can really do it, that this is all untrue and that this book has absolutely nothing to do with him and his wife, Meghan.
Yeah, but forgive me, Michael, there's a problem there, isn't there? Because it seems very likely, the experts say, that in fact this book is connected to either him or his wife or both of them.
Well, that's what we have to examine, and perhaps he should explain how private correspondence, very confidential correspondence between Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, and His Majesty the King, when he was still Prince of Wales, seems to be the underpinning of Showbiz allegations of racism. And, you know, this allegation is very pernicious. It's an easy charge to make, racism. It's almost impossible to refute. Whether you're a royal personage or you're just you and me, you have to prove a negative. I am not what you said. And that's extremely difficult. It's a nasty situation, but it can be improved. And if Harry has any affection or any thought for his previous life and his family and their peace of mind, it's important that he acts, because His Majesty the King, you know, has a very important responsibility. He's head of the Commonwealth, 56 free nations, nations, brought together by their kinship and good fellowship. And the King has done his best over many years to encourage inclusivity. And I don't think I've seen him doing that around the world. Not for a moment do I think endorse anything that's racist. And I think it's an extremely good thing if it would happen. But, you know, Harry's up there, his mountaintop fortress with his wife and his two children and their rescue chickens. It would be a matter of a moment for him to denounce this book, and he should do it.
Michael, very, very quickly, please, because we have already run out of time, as we do. Do you think the King wearing that tie that was 100 little Greek flags all over it, was that deliberate?
It said that he wore it by chance. No chance. His ballots, and he has more than one, make sure how he's dressed, everything is taken into account, and is absolutely certain that he wore that. Of course, his father was Prince Philip of Greece. There wasn't one corpuscle of Greek in his blood. He was descended from the Danish royal family with Russian connections. It was much safer, Anne, when he wore ties, when he was Prince of Wales, with little whales, monarch of the sea, sell them. Made by the same company, I must say, that made this tie, a French company. Now, mine's got the bridle and bit of horses, the bit that goes through the horse's mouth, because this company, which I'm not going to name, started out making saddles and harnesses for horses.
But as you say, no way could it have been an accident. He did it deliberately.
Absolutely not.
For whatever.
Absolutely. He was sending a message.
Yes, indeed.
Cheeky.
It is cheeky, actually, but it's great to talk to you as ever, Michael. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you.
Good morning. Lovely to be with you.
And I think we can say Happy Christmas now.
I think we can.
Yes, I think so. It's December.
Yeah, quite right too. Lovely, you get the rest of your Christmas trees up, because you've got a few to get up in that lovely house. And heading your way very shortly, Fake or Fact with Andrew Eborn. It's coming up in just a moment.
Who is it? We're here for the show. Welcome to the Dinosaur Hour with me, John Cleese. I was married to a therapist.
And you survived?
I thought we were getting Hugh Laurie. Second best. You interviewed Saddam Hussein. What's that like?
I was terrified. I'm playing strip poker with these three.
Oh! No, thank you. My CDs need to be put in alphabetical order.
Are you going to be problematic again?
The Dinosaur Hour. Sundays on GB News.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
There's only 3 people you can trust in life. Your doctor, your lawyer, and your nana.
I'm not sure.
So join me, Nana Akua, at 3 p.m. every Saturday and Sunday, where we discuss the biggest topics of the weekend. Be ready for battle. Could you be quiet? What is this?
It's my new teeth.
It's your new teeth. I don't bite. Well, not without a good reason. Always honest, always fun. Every weekend at 3 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Well, it's 9:39. Welcome back. But today, Ellie Costello and Peter Andre launched their new Saturday show called Saturday Morning Live, and they're here with us now to tell us what they've got in store.
Morning, you two.
Hello.
Morning, you two. Yes, we are so excited, aren't we? It's going to be something totally different on a Saturday morning.
Bit of fun.
Yeah, we want to go for fun and conversational, and we've got an absolutely packed show coming up for you this morning, haven't we, Pete?
We have. We've got lots to talk about. Parthenon, of course.
Of course, those
yes,
statues.
That's going to be a debate in itself. Shane MacGowan, Christmas #1, potentially.
Yeah, that's what his wife wants. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
It
See
would
the
be
Pogues
nice.
at Christmas #1.
Brilliant, brilliant.
But
song.
we've got something a little different for you. We've got a contender. You might remember Tom Ball from Britain's Got Talent. He's going to be in the studio with us. He's going to be showing his Christmas single. He wants that at #1, so that could be a new one for you. And what do you think about makeup for men? We're going to be talking about that a little bit later on.
We are.
You have to wear it, don't you, for work?
Well, I think, you know, there's a time and a place for it, and I think, you know, why not? If you know...
And maybe we're entering that new time where, you know, if it makes you feel good, why not?
Absolutely. Look, times are changing.
Times are changing.
That's what I say. But, yes, there is. And for TV, we do that sort of stuff and we put it on. I quite enjoy the process of being pampered.
I think you're quite up for this, yeah, and I don't think it's a bad
Probably
idea.
not going to the school run or anything like that.
No.
But, you know, a little bit here and there's all right.
A little bit is all right, and of course we're going to be talking about Obed Scobie as well, and those comments about Archie's skin colour. Apparently there were concerns about that. We're going to be talking about that, aren't we? Because you've definitely got an opinion.
Yeah.
So it's an absolutely packed show, loads to look forward to. Do join us 10 till 12.
Lovely stuff. Thank you, Peter. Why aren't you going for Christmas #1 this year?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I want to keep people sort of in the building. I don't want them to leave, so I'll just let other people do that, I think.
You might sing us out of the show, though. That would be good. Would you be up for that?
For the final show, possibly.
Oh, there you go.
No, I mean, it will be the final show if I do that.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Very good, very good,
It's a fair point. He's clearly got a similar singing voice to you, Ellie.
Yeah,
There you go.
That's
like cats. Like cats. Lovely. We'll see you two a little bit later on.
Looking forward to it.
And I like some men in makeup. I think it really helps. Yeah.
You see, I don't wear it even for work now.
You look at Johnny Depp. No, I know. I don't know why you've gone all sort of macho about it.
Yeah, but what difference does it make? I don't look anything.
But I don't. Well, you ask the makeup lady what she thinks of that. But I think some men look really cool in makeup. I think it can really do something with the eyes. I mean, you think of Johnny Depp.
With his eyeliner.
Makeup. Oh, he looks fabulous. And one of my sons went to a fancy dress party in that sort of makeup, and he looked fabulous. I think, you know, those sort of dark eyes, lovely. Some men look really good in makeup.
Well, if you've got any pictures of yourself in makeup, let us know. I mean, I'm not against it, don't you know? I'm not against it at all. I just do what you want in my book, but I've sort of gone off the idea.
OK.
A little bit, but there you go. Anyway, look, it's time now for another episode of Andrew Eborn's Fake or Fact. What are we going to be talking about this week, Andrew?
Oh, it's always a thrill. And what I love is that every single day there are all sorts of stories, and we've got to determine, we're not quite sure what's real and what's not real.
Oh.
We're living in a diseased information world. And what I also love is people around the world are suggesting stories as well.
Oh, good.
So what we're trying to do is like a health check, if you like.
Yeah.
And I thought what we'll do, first of all, we should celebrate ChatGPT, a bit of a mouthful, celebrated 1-year anniversary, can you believe, on the 30th of November. I was going to have party poppers, but that's far too dangerous, apparently, but it's OK. ChatGPT. So I tapped in there, ChatGPT, how would you like to celebrate? And it says, as a machine learning tool, ChatGPT doesn't have personal preferences, desires or a birthday. It doesn't have the capacity to want or receive birthday wishes. I thought that was a bit sad, wasn't it?
Very sad.
I said, but maybe give me a funny one-liner to wish ChatGPT a happy birthday. And it said, happy birthday, ChatGPT. May your algorithms be ever snappy and your virtual cake never crumble in the cloud. There we go.
It just came up with that?
That's what it came up with, his little birthday thing.
I mean, it's crazy. I mean, look, you know, I love tech, and I'm all for advancing tech, but this... For some reason, this worries me a little bit.
Yeah.
Little bit.
Well, it's going to make people, I think, the more smart our phones become, the more dumb people become.
Yeah.
I think it works on that sort of basis. But there have been lots of claims in the last few days, which I thought we could dispel some of them. And we put it as a quiz last time, so up against both of you. So there's a claim that name drop, if you've got an Apple iPhone, there's a new feature which came with iOS 17.
Yes.
And basically they say that this name drop is a privacy privacy and security threat. And what it basically does is allows sharing of contact information between nearby iPhones and Apple Watch users. So is that, there we are, this is the basic sort of principle, that if you're near somebody, you can swap details and get their phone numbers and things like that. Is that true? Is it fake or fact? Anne?
I think it's a fact. But the reason I'm saying that is because I read it in a newspaper. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it is actually a fact, but I read about that in a paper.
Very good. So you're saying it's fact. Stephen?
Well, I'd say fact, because you can do it via Bluetooth already. I'm an Android.
And you think it's a security threat as well?
I wouldn't see how it's a security threat, because you've got to send it to someone.
So you're fake and you're fact?
You've both got to have the app, haven't you?
Yeah, well, no, it's not an app. It's already, as long as you've got one of these, an iPhone. And to make it worse...
In that case, I would feel that was a security threat.
It would be a security threat.
Yeah.
So you think that... So you're saying fact?
I'm saying fake.
OK.
If your phone's in your pocket and you're bumping up against somebody in the tube or something... You could exchange information.
Well, that's the worrying thing. And to make it worse, a number of police forces around the world, including in Fulton, and I think we've got a little warning that they put up, warning people about this. And basically there was one post which got about 2 million people looking at it, saying that if you're in a gym, somebody can get your information. So they've been telling people to turn off this name drop.
It is automatically defaulted to on, it says in this thing from Fulton Police. This allows the sharing of contact info just by bringing your phones close together. To disable this, go to Settings, General, AirDrop, Bringing Devices Together, click the slider. This could be a safety and privacy issue you'd want to check.
There you go. So that's Fulton, which is interesting.
That's where Trump has...
That's exactly where Trump is saying. So the interesting thing is, you're saying it's true, you're saying, and you're saying it's false. I can tell you that, Anne, you are absolutely wrong, because it is in fact a false claim. It's not a privacy concern, because there are a number of steps you have to take. Firstly, you have to both be connected to the iCloud.
Yeah.
Also, you have to be within centimetres of each other to swap it, and you also have to accept. Both parties have to click a button. So from that point of view, it is 1 point to Stephen. There you go. That's 1 point in. Thank you. Well done. Hurrah.
Notice from Fulton Police Department.
Isn't that worrying? So that was a true notice.
Because they said it's the thing is defaulted to on.
It is defaulted to on. You can switch it off, and that's the way that you do it. You can have a look at, basically, if you go to General and then AirDrop and then you disable name drop, you look at those relevant tags and things like that. But you mentioned about Fulton, because that is, of course, the home of our poster boy for fake or fact, which is Trump. And we've got the glorious picture of him. You might remember he was the first president ever in history. Have we got that picture? We can pull that up. Got a picture of Trump. He was the first president ever to basically be arrested. There we are. The glorious picture there. Isn't that wonderful? And he made... It is the mugshot. And he made, within the first couple of days, he made about $7 million added to his campaign as a result of that. Now, the one question here, then, is has he also brought out some wrapping paper with it looks like this. Here we go. Is this fake or fact? Ready for Christmas. Has Trump brought out some Christmas wrapping paper? Anne?
Yes.
Yep, fake. For fact?
I'm
Stephen?
going fact.
You're going fact, you're both going fact. It's too easy, isn't it? The answer is yes, you both get a point. Yeah. Fantastic. You can get that, and what happens is it's free. Crazy. It is free wrapping paper. It's free. Isn't that amazing? It's free as long as you donate to his cause. And you basically have to do up to $47, they suggest, as a minimum, up to the maximum. I know, what a bargain for your wrapping paper.
$47 $47,
you get some wrapping paper. But you want to donate for his cause, is the thing. Up to a maximum of 3,300, which is what the relevant rules suggest. So well done. So Stephen's got 2 points so far. Anna's got thing. Let's have a look at this. This is something else that's going on social media. Typing in the @ symbol in Facebook comment and clicking highlight reveals page watchers. So all the people out there on Facebook would have got this message a few times. So you type in the @ symbol in the comments and then click on highlight to see who's always checking your profile. Is that fake or fact?
I'd go fake on that.
Fake. Anne?
I don't know anything about Facebook at all.
Well, I don't, but...
So I'll go fact.
You'll go fact, OK?
I think that's...
Well, things like... Well, I can tell you that Stephen's absolutely right again. It is fake. And what happens is it's basically people want to clickbait and people are just spreading this misinformation. But you see this all the time on Facebook. I know you don't do some social media.
I don't.
But you're much better not to sometimes, because there's so much disinformation there. So that is, in fact, false as well, so you can have a look at that sort of stuff. Right. Here's an interesting one. Scientists, this is something else which has appeared all over the place, millions upon millions of views, strangely, this week. Scientists have genetically modified cats to glow in the dark. cats to glow in the dark. Here they are, glowing in the dark. Is that fake or fact?
What, real cats?
Real cats.
They're genetically modified.
They genetically modified them.
That is possible because of there's some, frogs got the same sort of genetic.
Very good.
I know they've played around with the glow effect in other species.
Yes.
Frogs or...
And some of it might be natural, yes, that's certainly true.
Or moths or something like that. So I'd suggest it was true.
You suggest it true, Stephen?
I want to say true, but I don't think it is.
You don't think so? You're going to say false? So I can tell you that Anne is absolutely right. It is true. But it wasn't just a funny little experiment. What happened is they were trying to do it for this feline immunodeficiency virus, which is the feline equivalent of HIV. Yeah. Absolutely. And the reason they do it, scientists do this, is a common strategy. It's basically to identify the relevant genes. So they say that if it glows, it shows, and they can track the relevant genes. And what happens, these cats do glow. It's like a relevant effect. And Anne's absolutely right. There are at least 125 mammals and also things like scorpions and spiders and frogs, all of whom glow in the dark. So it works on that sort of basis.
Glowing spider.
Glowing spider's a bit worrying. Here's an interesting video, and I'll tell you what's interesting, is that I get sent all sorts of things as a result of doing this fact or fake on GB News, and lots of people are suggesting stories. So there was a video which has gone viral, and this is the video. Perhaps we can describe this. This is a video of me, apparently. And it says, Andrew Eborn, my esteemed colleague at the Magic Circle, frequently shares his insights on GB News regarding the boundless possibilities of AI. Andrew, is this mere illusion? Is this fake, or is it tech magic? There you go. So that was a video. Did it look like me? Do you reckon that
didn't look like you at all?
This is what they can say. I can tell you fake or fact.
Can we play it again?
We can play it again. Have a look at this.
So is it illusion or is it an AI?
We might be able to... We're working them hard in the box. They work so hard in the box. Here we go. This is the one. This is me looking as a bit down and out. It looks wonderful. Here we are. There's a little thing. We're plucking something from an iPhone. There we go. I've got Andrew Eborn fact. What do you reckon?
There you go. That is a fact. That is a proper magic trick.
You think that's a proper magic trick? Yeah. That's a pretty good one. So do you think that's me?
It's not...
No,
well, it's not you.
That was the idea. They've face-swapped it. It's a magician called...
face-swapped?
They face-swapped. They put my face, albeit...
Not
my... It doesn't look anything.
I thought it was about whether he was actually doing the trick.
Oh, we did. Well, the trick was good, wasn't it? So a chap called David Penn is the magician, who's a fellow colleague at the Magic Circle. Does that sort of look like me?
No, it doesn't look remotely.
And you can tell... The reason you can tell it's AI, if you have a look at apart from me looking very stubbly and a bit down and out, that's basically it. So, yes, you're both right. I'll give you both a point for one of those sort of things.
I'm underwhelmed by that one.
Well, there you go.
Good effort, though.
Good effort. Do send them in, because we love these sort of suggestions as well, which is interesting. OK, here's another one, then. A headline which was shared online in the last few days claims that American stores attract more business. It's a horrible thing, this, if they're labelled as racist. And this was the thing that went all over the place. Yelp is the relevant search engine. And I think we've got an image of this as well. There it is.
Disturbing new statistics show that American stores receive more business after they've been labelled as racist by Yelp.
No, that's got to be fake. That's got to be fake. For the love of God, let that be fake.
Anne, what do you reckon?
Well, I feel exactly the same, but I've got this nasty suspicion it might be true.
So you think it's true?
Because it gives certain stores, I don't know.
You know, if you want to draw a crowd, start a fight.
Yeah.
That's what we used to say.
No such thing as bad publicity.
That's what they say. And it was shared zillions and zillions of times. We did reverse image. You know, I often talk about the way that you can check these things. You remember on the very first time you got your glorious thing, we double-check where your dress came from and that sort of stuff. You can reverse image search. And what the reverse image search showed is that this was just an image. There was no news story behind it. So the likelihood is it is, in fact, fake and working on that sort of basis. But they're working on... It's all about clickbait and the reasons that people do that. So I'm pleased to say it is fake and people shouldn't post racist things to draw a crowd or otherwise.
No, thank you for that. We've got just time for one little fun
one
fact.
very quick one to finish on then. One day on Venus is longer than a year on Venus.
Yes, that's true.
Yes, that is true.
It is true. And why is it true? Do you know why?
Well, it's because...
a day is about it rotating.
Yes.
A year is about it going around the sun.
So the day is the time... Absolute. Day is the time for a planet to make one full rotation on its axis. Venus takes 243 Earth days. We basically take one day. But a year, Venus is basically the time to orbit the sun.
That's right.
And Venus takes 225 Earth days. 225 Earth days is less than 243 Earth days. And therefore, you are right. Final score then, Anne got 4 points, Stephen, you got 5. You are this week's winner.
Hey!
Well done, yeah.
There you go.
Well, shows what geeks we are. We got that one,
You
the
got that one
astronomy
right.
one
There
right,
you
didn't
go.
we?
Andrew, a joy, as always. Thank you very much
Thank you.
indeed. Saturday Morning Live with Ellie and Peter is up next. But first, here's your all-important weather.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. The cold weather persists. A hard frost out there for most of us this morning. Generally a fine and sunny day, but there are a few showers around and that could make things pretty icy. Particularly we've got these showers across eastern England, southwest Scotland, northwest Scotland and northern Scotland. Those showers mostly of rain or sleet, but some snow is mixed in. We've also got some dense fog patches. They'll take a time to clear, particularly from the Midlands, but they should clear away. And then most of us dry and bright with some sunshine, but don't expect it to be too warm. It's a cold first Saturday of December, 1 or 2 degrees in many places, particularly if that fog sticks. A little milder in the southwest, where there will be 1 or 2 showers drifting in through the evening and overnight. They'll have some snow mixed in, mostly over hills, but as we go through the night, we could see a little bit coming down to lower levels, perhaps into parts of the Midlands and southern and eastern England. So perhaps waking up to a dusting in the morning, and again, potentially quite icy overnight as temperatures fall widely below freezing, -3, -4. Quite a bit lower than that through some sheltered Scottish glens. A bit of mist and fog around in the morning. Again, the potential for quite icy conditions. Some wet weather clearing away. But then, again, we look down to the southwest as more rain with some hill snow moves in later on across South Wales and southwest England. Some snow mixed in with that, but also it is